Attention please, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to enter the room and have a seat. The conference will be started in a few minutes. Thank you. Video itu langsung dong. Tadi ini kan berarti yang Jerman kan aku. Karena aku nggak ibutin.
Hah? Kok mau nyoret masih?
Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. The conference will be started in a few minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera. First of all, let us say thanks to our God who has been giving us mercies and blessings so we can attend and gather in this event at Sadhu Gocara Hall, Yayasan Dwi Jendra, Denpasar. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a warm welcome and express gratitude for participating in the International Conference on Multidiscipline Approaches for the Sustainable Development, which held at Dwi Jendra University today, 16th of December 2022. We would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Your Excellencies, Mrs. Igusti Ayu Bintang Darmawati, the Minister of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, the Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellencies, Professor Bustanul Arifin, the Chairman of Perhappy. I'd like to welcome our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Hajah Eri Sarimanah, MPD, Vice Rector Research, Innovation and Partnership of Pakuan University, as an organizing partner and today accompanied by the LPPM. Second, the representative of Narottama University as an organizing partner who is participating virtually. The branch of Mandiri Manager, Bank Udayana Denpasar. the chairman of Yayasan Dwi Jendra. I also would like to welcome the respectable all invited speaker, Professor Dr. Nangkula Utaberta from UCSI University, Malaysia, Mrs. Naori Miyasawa, PhD from Waseda University, Japan, Dr. Indrajit Paul from ASEAN Institute of Technology, Thailand, Ms. Emma Porio, PhD from Ateneo de Manila University, the Philippines, Dr. Kancha Negi, educationist, motivational speaker, and a social reformer, India, and Dr. Gede Sedana, Rector of Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia.
Thank you all for joining us today at this event. I will also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters and participants from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome greetings, we would like to present a welcome dance, Sekar Jagat.
Well, the honorable ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We invite all participants to stand up. And first, Miss Dewi Juniayanti, you might take the floor.
The honorable ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing. We will continue the agenda with praying session. The prayer will lead by Mr. Sudiarto in Balinese. For Mr. Sudiarto, the floor is yours.
Om Awiganamastu Namassilam. Om Aditya Siparanjutin Rakta Teja Namo Namastuti. Suite Pangkaja Madhyaste Boskarya Namo Namah Om Rang Ring Sah Paramasiwa Aditya Namo Namah Swaha. Om Saraswati Namastubhyam Warade Kamarupinam Siddharamam Karisyanam Siddhir Bawantu Mesadam. Om Kesama Swamam Jagatnata Sarwa Papa Hitankara Sarwa Karya Sidam Dehi Pranamya Swirya Swaram. Om Anugraha Manuharam Dewa Data Nugrahakam Arcanam Sarva Pujanam Namah Sarva Nugrahakam. Om Siddhirastu Atastu Astu Namastuti. Om Santi Santi Santi. Om.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you may take a seat. The Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech and opening remark by the Chairman of Yayasan Dwi Jendra, Dr. Iketut Wirawan SHM Home. For Dr. Iketut Wirawan SHM Home, time is yours.
Saya buka masker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the international conference. Please allow me to deliver my speech in Bahasa Indonesia. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya, rahayu. Yang terhormat, Ibu Menteri Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak, Ibu Gusti Ayu Bintang Darmawati, Profesor Bursanul Arifin, Ketua PP Perhappy dan Guru Besar dari Universitas Lampung, Profesor Emma Perio dari Manila University, Filipina, Profesor Nakula Utaberta, Universitas Malaysia, Naori Miyasawa, PhD di Waseda University, Jepang, Dr. Indrajit Pal, Associate Professor and Chair, Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, Dr. Kanchanegi, Educationist and Social Reformer dari India, Profesor Dr. Eri Sarimanah dari Universitas Pakuan Bogor, Bapak Pembina Yayasan hadir dalam pertemuan ini. Yang saya hormati pimpinan Bank Mandiri Cabang Denai Udayana, Saudara Rektor Universitas Dwi Jendra, dan seluruh peserta serta hadirin yang langsung ada pada aula Yayasan Dwi Jendra ini secara virtual dan yang menghadiri secara virtual dan tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu. Mengawali sambutan ini, saya mengajak seluruh peserta untuk bersama-sama memanjatkan puji syukur kehadapan Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas asung kertawaran nugrahanya kita hari ini dapat berkumpul bersama mengikuti International Conference bertemakan multidisiplin approach of the Sustainable Development pada hari Jumat ini 16 Desember 2022 di Aula Yayasan Dwi Jendra Denpasar. Dan selamat datang di Universitas Dwi Jendra. Kami berterima kasih atas kehadiran Ibu Bapak sekalian. Ibu Menteri dan hadirin yang saya hormati, dewasa ini pembangunan yang diselenggarakan oleh berbagai negara di dunia termasuk di Indonesia yang sesuai dengan agenda tahun 2030 untuk pembangunan berkelanjutan, yaitu suatu kesepakatan pembangunan baru yang mendorong perubahan-perubahan yang bergeser ke arah pembangunan berkelanjutan yang berdasarkan hak asasi manusia dan kesetaraan untuk mendorong pembangunan sosial ekonomi dan lingkungan hidup dengan diperlakukannya prinsip-prinsip universal, integrasi dan inklusif. Di Indonesia, penyelenggaraan pembangunan berkelanjutan menyangkut 4 pilar, yaitu pilar pembangunan sosial, pilar pembangunan ekonomi, pilar pembangunan lingkungan, dan pilar pembangunan hukum dan tata kelola. Ibu Menteri dan hadirin yang saya hormati, pertemuan G20 yang baru saja diselenggarakan di Bali menghasilkan berbagai kesepakatan. Di antaranya adalah pembangunan sosial ekonomi dan lingkungan di berbagai negara. Diharapkan ini memberikan harapan yang besar untuk peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat seperti menurunnya kemiskinan, ketiadaan gagasan yang bermanfaat bagi kepentingan praktis atau kebijakan pemerintah dan bagi kepentingan akademik. Ibu Menteri dan hadirin yang saya hormati, demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan. Selamat mengikuti konferensi dan dapat dibangun kerjasama lebih lanjut di antara perguruan tinggi serta berkelanjutan dengan kegiatan-kegiatan sejenis atau lainnya. Nah, sehingga perguruan tinggi memiliki peran yang tinggi dalam pembangunan di masing-masing daerahnya. Terima kasih saya sampaikan kepada panitia penyelenggara International Conference ini, yaitu Universitas Dwi Jendra yang telah menyiapkan sejak awal sehingga pelaksanaannya hari ini. Ya, dengan sebelum saya buka, saya mohon rektor untuk ikut ke muka karena ini yang punya gawe adalah rektor. Jadi tugas saya saja ya. Baik. Dengan mengucapkan Om Awege Namastu, dengan mengucapkan Om Awege Namastu, acara ini kami buka.
Okay. Well, thank you for Dr. Iketut Wirawan and Dr. Gede Sedana.
Om Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, you may back to your seat, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is implementation agreement signing between LPPM Dwi Jendra University and LPPM Pakuan University. Implementation agreement signing became the basis for today's event and as a form of MOU implementation between Dwi Jendra University and Pakuan University Bogor. For Dr. Nimade Intan Maulina and Dr. Doli Priyatna, the floor is yours. We would also like to invite Professor Dr. Haja Heri Sarimana, MPD, and Dr. Iketut Suar Adjana M. to accompany the implementation agreement signing, please. Well, thank you for Professor Dr. Eri Sarimana, Dr. Ketut Suara Adjana, LPPM Dwi Jenderal University and LPPM Pakuan University. Please remain on the stage. Please remain on the stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a group of photo session. So we invite the keynote speaker, all invited speakers, and the honorable guests, Professor Dr. Haja Eri Sarimana, MPD, the branch manager of Mandiri Bank Udayana Denpasar, the chairman of Yayasan Dwi Jendra, rector and vice rectors of Dwi Jendra University, LPPM Pakuan and LPPM Dwi Jendra University, please come to the stage.
Thank you, Hidayah. We will invite a Vice Rector 3 to join the photo session. Okay. Okay, for the honorable keynote speaker, guests, please remain on the stage because we have the second photo session. So I would like to invite all participants and presenters to join the photo session. Please come on stage, to the stage, in front of the stage, I mean, okay? Hai.
Ini aku
Nah, aku aja dah. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may back to your seat. Well, the honorable ladies and gentlemen, before we come to our main agenda, we would like to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. The coffee break and snacks are served at the back side of this room. Please enjoy. And for the distinguished guests, if you have another planning, you may leave this room. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we are having a coffee break, we will move to the next agenda. The next agenda will be continued by keynote speech. It will be led by our moderator, Mr. Ikomang Dedik Susila. For Mr. Dedik Susila, time is yours.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very great honor for me to having you here. So let me introduce myself. My name is Komang Dedik Susila. People used to call me Mr. Dedik. So I am the moderator of this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we know, sustainable development has been a critical issue that we discuss currently. Sustainable development is defined as the developments that meet the needs of present generation without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs too. Today, we would like to discuss these criticals and issues regarding to sustainable developments. Today, we will invite two keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Mrs. Igusti Ayu Bintang Darwati, and the second one is Professor Bustanul Arifin. Unfortunately, Ibu Bintang couldn't attend us today in this moment, but She sent us the material through the video. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Bustanul Arifin to come to the stage. Well, we start from the first keynote speaker, Ibu Bintang Darmawati, the Minister of Women Empower, Child Protection, the Republic of Indonesia. The material will be presented through the video. Operator, please.
Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable Bapak Gede Sedana, Rector of the University of Uganda, Bapak Profesor Bustanul Arifin from the University of Lampung, distinguished speakers from respective universities from all over Asia, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me convey my most profound appreciation to University of Uganda for convening the International Conference of Multidisciplines Approaches for the Sustainable Development, and of course to all the speakers for sharing their expert knowledge on this issue. It is an honor and great pleasure for me to be able to speak at this inspiring conference. This conference, which took place in December, is very timely and relevant as December is the month of the women's rights movement in Indonesia. Next week, on the 22nd of December, we will commemorate Indonesia's Mother's Day. This is not a day to celebrate mothers, but a day to remember Indonesia's first Women's Congress on the 22nd of December 1928 at this inspiring conference. This conference, which took place in December, is very timely and relevant as December is the month of the women's rights movement in Indonesia. Next week, on the 22nd of December, we will commemorate Indonesia's Mother's Day. This is not a day to celebrate mothers, but a day to remember atau SDGs telah disepakati pada tahun 2015 untuk menggantikan berakhirnya Millennium Development Goal for Indonesia's women's rights movement. So, taking this perfect momentum, I will speak about women and the SDGs. From here on, please allow me to speak in Bahasa Indonesia. Hadirin yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan, tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan Sustainable Development Goal atau SDGs telah disepakati pada tahun 2015 untuk menggantikan berakhirnya Millennium Development Goal atau MDGs hingga tahun 2030. SDGs terdiri dari 17 tujuan, di mana tujuan kelima mentargetkan pencapaian kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Kesetaraan gender mendapatkan tempat yang spesial karena tujuan tersebut tidak hanya menjadi salah satu dari anak-anak pula yang merupakan masa depan kita. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya banggakan, negara Indonesia telah berkomitmen untuk menjamin perlindungan, kesetaraan, dan kesejahteraan bagi segenap rakyatnya. Hal ini tertuang dalam Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia tahun 1945. Sejalan dengan konstitusi, pemerintah Indonesia juga turut berkomitmen untuk mensukseskan SDGs melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 59 Tahun 2017 tentang pelaksanaan pencapaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Sementara terkait dengan tujuan SDGs kelima, telah diterbitkan Instruksi Presiden Nomor 9 Tahun 2000 tentang pengarus utamaan gender dalam pembangunan nasional yang memuat strategi pengarus utamaan gender ke dalam seluruh proses pembangunan nasional, baik itu di pusat maupun di daerah. Namun sayangnya, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, hingga saat ini kesetaraan gender belum sepenuhnya dirasakan perempuan. Hal ini terlihat dari berbagai indeks dan data, misalnya Indeks Pembangunan Manusia yang mengukur kualitas hidup manusia dari 3 aspek, yaitu aspek kesehatan, aspek pendidikan, dan aspek ekonomi. Demikian juga ketika kita melihat Indeks Pembangunan Gender yang membandingkan IPN perempuan dan laki-laki, serta Indeks Pemberdayaan Gender yang mengukur peran aktif perempuan terutama dalam bidang politik, pengambilan keputusan, serta ekonomi. Ada perempuan yang sangat mengkhawatirkan, antara lain adalah angka kekerasan terhadap perempuan masih sangat memprihatinkan. Berdasarkan survei pengalaman hidup perempuan nasional tahun 2021, meskipun prevalensinya sudah menurun dari tahun 2016, kekerasan fisik dan atau seksual masih dialami oleh sekitar 1 dari 4 perempuan selama hidupnya. Sementara itu, berdasarkan survei nasional pengalaman hidup anak dan remaja tahun 2021, 4 dari 10 remaja perempuan dan 3 dari 10 remaja laki-laki pernah mengalami kekerasan sepanjang hidupnya. Meskipun sama-sama memiliki kerentanan, anak perempuan memiliki kerentanan yang lebih besar terhadap kekerasan. Demikian juga prevalensi perkawinan anak juga masih cukup tinggi, yaitu 9,23% sesuai dengan hasil Susenas tahun 2021. Perkawinan anak terjadi baik kepada anak laki-laki maupun perempuan, namun risikonya bagi anak perempuan jauh lebih tinggi. Perkawinan anak yang tinggi berkontribusi terhadap tingginya angka kematian ibu, tingginya angka kematian bayi, stunting, dan masalah-masalah lainnya, termasuk masalah kemiskinan. Hadirin sekalian, berbagai tujuan dalam SDGs dan isu-isu yang melingkupinya sangatlah kompleks, sehingga upaya-upaya untuk mencapainya membutuhkan perspektif multidisipliner dan perlu dilakukan dari level pemerintah paling bawah, yaitu desa dan kelurahan. Oleh karena itulah kami Kementerian Pemberdayaan dengan Kementerian Desa, Pembangunan Daerah Tertinggal dan Transmigrasi serta Kementerian Dalam Negeri berkolaborasi membentuk model desa dan kelurahan ramah perempuan dan peduli anak. Desa kelurahan ramah perempuan peduli anak itu sendiri didefinisikan sebagai desa kelurahan yang mengintegrasikan perspektif gender dan hak anak ke dalam tata kelola penyelenggaraan pemerintahan, pembangunan, serta pembinaan dan pemberdayaan masyarakat desa kelurahan yang dilakukan secara terencana, menyeluruh, demikian juga berkelanjutan. Desa, kelurahan, ramah perempuan, dan peduli anak juga diharapkan dapat menyelesaikan isu-isu prioritas terkait dengan perempuan dan anak yang diamanatkan oleh Bapak Presiden, Bapak Joko Widodo, kepada kami, Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak hingga tahun 2024, yaitu peningkatan pemberdayaan perempuan dalam kewirausahaan yang berperspektif gender, peningkatan peran ibu dan keluarga dalam pendidikan dan pengasuhan anak, penurunan angka kekerasan terhadap perempuan dan anak, penurunan pekerja anak, dan pencegahan perkawinan anak yang diinternalisasikan dalam 10 indikator desa, kelurahan, ramah perempuan, dan peduli anak. Nah, untuk mempercepat perwujudan model desa, kelurahan, ramah perempuan, dan peduli anak, selain melakukan sinergi dan kolaborasi lintas kementerian lembaga, kami juga membangun sinergi dan kolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi, dunia usaha, tokoh adat, maupun tokoh agama di desa model setempat. Ladies and gentlemen, after years of running, significant progress has been felt on the SDGs. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused serious setbacks in all of the SDGs. Meanwhile, the condition of women become increasingly vulnerable during this crisis, which is caused by gender inequality that existed long before the pandemic. For this reason, a strong collaboration from all development sectors, including the government, academia and professional, media, private sector, and society, including development partners at the international levels, as well as cross-country cooperation to advance women empowerment and achieve gender equality, become even more important right now. On this occasion, I would like to invite all of you to join this movement, not only to improve women's quality of life, but also to achieve prosperity for all, as has been aspired to in the SDGs. I hope that this forum will be beneficial in accelerating the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal. When women are empowered and children are well protected, prosperity will be available for all. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya.
Well, that was the presentation from Ibu Bintang. For the next keynote speaker, we would like to invite Professor Arifin to deliver his materials today. Before Professor Arifin would present his presentation, I would like to read his CV. Professor Bustanul Arifin is a professor of agriculture economics in University of Lampung, senior economist with the Institute for Development of Economic and Finance, and a professor fellows in the School of Business in IPB University. He has published numerous books, articles, and papers on his expertise. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Arifin to present his paper. Prof, time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Honorable Ketua Yayasan, Pak Ketut Wirawan, Honorable Pak Rektor, Dr. Dijendra, ladies and gentlemen, invited speakers. I think I would step down here so we can easily communicate with you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for the organizer, Ibu Intan, and all the participants. I would like to share some thoughts, at least 4 important points to support this theme of the conference, multidisciplinary approaches for the sustainable development. First, about the Indonesian economy, especially the agricultural performance, which is not very good this time. Okay, then food system approach. I know you are not from agriculture, all of you, but at least I'm trying to be more neutral without technical terms. But food system approach is actually a new approach that's been proposed to be adopted all over the world. Then share with you the conceptual frameworks, especially after G20. G20 was in Bali last month. Then what is the commitment and how can we proceed with the commitment? Then the fourth, I would like to share with you some cases in rice, coffee, and palm oil. Is it the sustainability certification or the sustainability principle has been adopted or not? Then the recommendation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in Q3 of this year, Indonesian economy grew quite well, 5.72 year on year. Okay, it will be on track for the recovery. However, agriculture only grows at 1.69. That is very small. It's not enough. It's not adequate to contribute to poverty alleviation and improving the quality of growth. During the peak of COVID, if you see that picture, when the economy, macroeconomy growth negative, contraction during the COVID, agricultural sector performs quite well. It's become the absorbent or the cushion of the recession. So we grew at 3.44 at that time during the peak of COVID, but slowly decreased. What happened? That's probably we should ask question. Many factors, of course. One important factor is actually the weather is not very good. The weather this year has been wet. Yeah, it's right. I think for Indonesia, dry is not very good, wet is also not very good, but in between. So I put numbers here. I think you can just see later in the presentation or the end of abstracts. I like it because the poverty in Bali only 2 million, far well below from Java is still almost 14 million people live below poverty line. Okay, so the total in Java is still over a half of poverty in Indonesia is in Java, 53%. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're talking about sustainable development. The government, especially Bappenas, National Development Planning Agency, has set at least 6 strategies to achieve the sustainable development goals. Sometimes people just mention it as SDGs. Okay, strategy number 1 is human development. As Ibu Menteri earlier mentioned, human development, including health, education, research, and innovation. I like it because research and innovation, they are put in human development. This is very good because improving the human resources. The second is economic productivity. I think we all know that. Industrialization, small and medium scale empowerment, agricultural development is in strategy number 2. Strategy number 3, green economy. Sustainable development must adopt green principle, green economy, low carbon economy, blue economy, energy transition. Blue economy is actually, there are 2 definitions of blue economy. One is about marine economy. The second is zero waste. Zero waste. Well, maybe more than zero waste actually. The third is energy transition. Energy transition has also been adopted by during G20. We plan to do transition from fossil fuel into clean energy, but of course not at once, but in stages, I think. Strategy number 4, that's very important. I think I read some abstract of your paper here about the digital transformation. Everybody this time talk about digital transformation. Digital infrastructure, utilization, enabler strengthening, anything that support the digital transformation is in here. Number 5 is economic integration, because we are adopting the SDGs from global, but here we are archipelagic country. We do connectivity, infrastructure, super hub, sea hub, air hub, and so on, and of course domestic value chain, not only agriculture but everything, okay, any commodity. Strategy number 6 is sustainable rural-urban linkages. We should connect rural area and urban area, new growth sources, regional balance, especially I think if you are aware in Indonesia, we have big money to be spent in rural area. So rural development, rural transformation is part of the SDGs. These are strategies that's been proposed or been adopted by Bappenas. Of course, there's prerequisites, and bureaucratic reform, fiscal reform, finance sector reform. Okay, what is food system approach? That's the thing that's been proposed in new midterm development plan, RPJM, and long-term development plan. This time we are in the stage of proposing new RPJM midterm plan from 2025 to 2029, whoever the president, and a long-term development plan from 2025 to 2045, 100 years after Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing is quite broad, consisting of 2 activities and outcome. Okay, so we're not talking only about increasing production, but production, processing, distribution, retailing, and consumption. Responsible consumption is also part of food system to achieve food security, to achieve environmental security. They call it environmental welfare and social welfare. These 3 outcomes are the outcomes of we are changing the strategy to become food system approach. Interestingly, scientists also thinking to improve the framework by introducing health system into that system. There's no point we're talking about food system without talking health system. And ecology and climate system is also supporting what we are, the theme of the conference. Economic and governance system, science and innovation system. We are here also in contribution to that. 5 action tracks according to this new framework from Professor von Braun. Professor von Braun was previously Director General of IFPRI, International Food Policy Research Institute in Washington, D.C., ensuring access to safe and nutritious food. This is the food system. So I think if you are in Indonesia, last week there was a 2-day headline in Kompas telling that more than half of Indonesians do not have access to good and nutritious food. Because if you are a student, if you have students, I think students cannot have good access to good food, nutritious food, because they take noodles all the time. Second, shift to healthy and sustainable consumption. Third is nature positive production, advance equitable livelihoods, and building resilience to vulnerabilities and shocks. Pandemics have taught us shocks to prepare for the for any other shock and to improve any response that can prevent, at least reduce the vulnerabilities. Okay, what happened in the global? Ladies and gentlemen, not very good. Okay, this is the picture by Professor Martin Koim from Bonn University. He is the president of International Association of Agricultural Economists. I'm here in Indonesia, Perhappy. Perhappy is Perhimpunan Orang Happy-Happy. The Indonesian Society of Agricultural Economists. Okay, Martin Koim suggests that the following, which is also very important. Look at the green color. So he divided by decades. Okay, the green color is the yield growth. Sometimes we call it TFP, total factor productivity. After getting improved, then the last 10 years is not very well, not very good. Why? Because we shifting back the strategy into the old ages. We increase the land. We increase the agricultural land at the expansion of forests, of course. That's it's very sad. So according to him, we are at the output growth is historical low, the yield is historical low. That's also the good challenge for us. And our food system contribute to 33% of CO carbon dioxide, which is not very good, okay, emission. So according to him, our agricultural practice in the last 10 years could not be sustainable. Climate change is everywhere, okay? According to him, we should reverse. We should reverse to more sustainable development practices according to this conference. Okay, what happened in Indonesia? Oh, before going to that, I would like to share the latest change, demographic change of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this also being analyzed by UN, United Nations. Maybe you can expect that's what happened, but I did not expect that drastically change. Okay, here is the productive age, 15 to 64. Sometimes we call it demographic dividend, bonus demographic. Okay. However, if we do not improve the education system, human resources development system, demographic dividends means nothing. So it becomes burden. Okay. Interestingly, the group of young age, okay, young age 0 to 14% is declining. It's declining. In 1970s, still 40%. Now it's about 20. Later in the 2070, maybe less than 14%. Look at that, the demographic pyramid. I mean, population pyramid. This is today. Today, young age have numbers, okay, the majority, and become up here. Then the old age getting less and less, and gone. However, in 2025, the shape is like this. It means young age is declining. Our young generation, our children, maybe they have one child or two child. Maybe they decided not to have child. And all over the countries like this, okay, all the way, and it's totally changing. This kind of change, we have to respond. Moreover, the group of all elderly, 75 or more, is increasing because of life expectancy is increasing, health system is increasing. For us in agriculture, the demand for functional foods is also increasing. What are functional food? Functional food, the food that could contribute to healthy life, okay? Glowing in the skin or something like that. You have to utilize the important part of the foods. If you talk about seaweed, you have to talk about carrageenan. If you talk about fish, you have to improve the production and quality to become maybe fish oil, anything like that. Because elderly do not have more rice, do need like our food today. They need something else. They need supplement. They need any functional food. That's the challenge of us in agriculture field. The challenge for Pak Rector as well, actually. So we have to encourage our students to do research in functional foods. Okay, this is also very important. If you this time we normally import fish oil from Australia and the fish also from here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one point is about G20. That's the commitment. I put in the title: resilient and sustainable agriculture and food system. There is a investment in improving sustainable all the way. This has been signed by our leaders, G20 leaders, last month. I don't have to go through into that. However, let's see what happened in us, in Indonesia. I do not put Java anymore because Java and Bali has been quite small. We are thinking to shift the production system into Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Sumatra, and Papua. However, the suitability is not that well. It's not that good. Look at the green. Kalimantan is still okay, 53% still suitable, but Papua only 14% suitable for agriculture. There's still forest, okay? And in this analysis, well, 29 is not suitable, but limiting factors can be addressed. That's the all of Indonesia. So technology, the roles of technology, and sustainable principles. Ladies and gentlemen, three examples, three cases I would like to bring attention. First, about rice. What happened with rice? Maybe recently in Indonesia, you've been reading the news, whether we do importing rice or not. Well, it's not the issue actually, because the issue is the rice system productivity is declining. -1%, small declining, but still declining. What happens? Many factors such as technological change. The new adoption of new technology is very low. The TFP is also very low, probably because of climate change, but probably because a lot of things. In fact, we are declining. Look at that first row, the consumption. Consumption of rice still increasing. We eat too much rice. From here to become, well, in general, they're still increasing. Okay. Declining productivity, declining production capacity. I took this picture from Lampung. Look at that, the water management. Here in central Lampung, here in East Lampung, only 17 kilometers apart. However, the water is not coming into that area. The key, irrigation management, infrastructure, and conservation of forests, so that the waters can be available to the downstream area. So we have really to take care of the environment. This is the message of sustainable development. The second about coffee. You have Kintamani coffee in Bali. There is a movement of sustainability certification. I think you have heard about Rainforest Alliance, fair trade, anything. The point is, in global market, they do not receive the coffee that coming from protection forest. Okay, that's very important. So we still exporting our coffee. Sometimes we have to follow the preference of consumer in the European market, for example. Similarly to palm oil, yes, we are adopting the sustainability principles, but it's not yet fully implemented. I put it here. Indonesia signed also last year COP. It's not this year COP. COP is Conference of Parties in the island. We have FOLUR, Food System Land Use and Restoration. There are many programs, including developing biofuels policy. However, the cooking oil price is getting increased. That's also the challenge for adopting sustainability principles. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose we should work together with private sector. There are many initiatives. Private sector have to be in forefront of sustainable development. If you understand, I think there is Pisagro. If you can just search Pisagro, Partnership for Indonesia Sustainable Agriculture. Actually, partnership between corporation and smallholder farmers. That's also very important. You cannot work alone. The government cannot work alone. You have to partner with private sector and research and development. R&D funding not only coming from the government, but also from private sector. Okay, my conclusion, strengthening food system and sustainable agriculture by improving crop productivity, efficiency, climate change adaptation and mitigation, capacity building, all also connect to this theme of knowledge, sustainable development. But I call for new knowledge in the conference here, new tools, new wisdom for sustainable agriculture, incorporating risk, and transdisciplinary approach. There is a new term of transdisciplinary, not only multidisciplinary, but transdisciplinary. What is transdisciplinary? So at least you should work together and understand something what happened in other field. I'm agricultural economist, but I should understand something a little bit of soil science, agronomy, thing like that. So transdisciplines must be wider, I think much wider multidisciplines, and resilient and sustainable agriculture. For long term, you should go into human investment and institutional arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we can share. I invite comments and discussion. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, that was interesting presentation from Professor Arifin. So I do agree with you, sir. So we are in Bali, especially. We just realized that the importance of agriculture after the pandemics. So we only taking our concern into the tourism, but we sometimes discrediting our agriculture, and we label farmer as a discredit job in Bali. But maybe after the pandemic, it start to have a new paradigm about our agriculture, the importance of agriculture. It's not only the one who has a focus on agriculture, but also all of us, because it affects all of us. That was a very great presentation. We have to come to the discussion session. I would like to invite 3 questions to Professor Arifin to ask the question or give the comment, and also you can see your perspective. Yes, please. Please mention your name and your institutions.
Thank you. I'm Arya from Dujendra University. As your nice presentation, which is related to food system, I would like to ask you how to establish a proper food system, which might give more profit for the farmers and increase their welfare. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Arya. So for the second question, please, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to raise questions. Thank you, Prof. Bustano, for your very interesting presentations here about food security. So as we understand that in Indonesia, but first you mentioned earlier that the production of rice decreasing, even a little bit decrease, right? So my question is about actually in Indonesia, we are aware that the government already allocated paddy rice map, must be conserved, but in fact that in certain area, maybe not all areas, that's that map is not properly adopted by a spatial plan. So that's why still a lot of cases that where the land allocated for paddy field converted into settlements area, industrial, and so on. So what do you think about this, and how we can the local governments properly adopt this map as part of their spatial plan, because without this adoption, so it will be difficult for us to reach kemandirian pangan, Pak. Thank you very much.
One more question, please. Please.
Okay. Good morning, Prof. Arifin and moderator. My name is Wahyu Dupayana from the Mandiri Bank, and this my question: what is your view on agriculture and plantation in Bali after the pandemic? Where do you know that in Bali, rice and bananas are a great demand from household consumption and traditional ceremony? On the bank side, we plan to finance credit to farmers, and then we have we make the 2023 ecosystem business and bananas. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the question. First question is actually there is no one single strategy for all over the countries, okay? You have to be more specific based on local resources, availability, potentials, and so on. So actually, the new development plan acknowledge exactly the importance of local specific to develop what kind of food system. So there is no single strategies for proper food system for all over the countries. So we have to be more specific. But at the national strategy, probably more general, they just put food system that should be competitive and sustainable, thing like that. Then you have to translate it into local specific. Okay, question from from Pakuan about the roles of local government. Yes, sir, it's very important. You have to be based on that good spatial planning. You cannot rely on what happened from national policy only. Actually, in terms of legal framework, we have enough, I could say. We have law number 41, 2029. We have presidential regulation, government regulation, and so on. But the implementation and the enforcement of such law is not that as we expected. Then we shift the strategy a little bit. What I mean by we, because I'm now helping the government. We're shifting the strategy a little bit to become, what is in Bahasa Indonesia? LSD, lahan sawah yang dilindungi. Every single local government have to set aside LSD. Okay, the land, the rice field that's been specified to be protected. That cannot be converted at all. If you're converting this, you're against the law. And of course, we need a new good law enforcement. However, you have to think comprehensively. However, our local government and local parliaments members sometimes do not put enough budget allocation for operation and maintenance of irrigation system. The impact, the result, the land, the field, rice field that been previously irrigated land, which is not going to be converted, because bad maintenance, poor operation, they become rain-fed, tak ada hujan. After become rain-fed, you can convert it. That's have to be carefully, what do you call, we have to watch together. If we do not watch that, the land will be converted anyway. The total of rice field in Indonesia is 7.4 million hectares. But the one that's been set aside to be protected, it's only 4 million hectares. 3 million hectares is in danger of land conversion. That's probably we have to watch together. You cannot rely on that government. The last question is about thing like that, Pak. You have to start, Pak Wahyu, from subsidized one, which is KUR, okay? Start from that to familiarize our farmers, to encourage our farmers to be more bankable. Then they can grow, then they become commercially oriented farmers. Of course, you cannot work alone. You should work together with our dinas. You could work together with local extension system, extension agent if they are available. And it's not one snap like this. We need to have a good empowerment strategy. That probably You have to be patient, good endurance. Otherwise, no, you cannot expect that. So far as I know, the NPL, non-performing loans for small credit is quite low, but now it's getting increased, but it's not that high as we expected. However, that thing we cannot we cannot do taken for granted. So we have to work together, do empowerment. Otherwise, we'll fail. Ladies and gentlemen, actually there are some other programs by the government, by Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, to work together with farmers group. Maybe you heard the word Makmur. There's program Makmur. Actually, the program Makmur is actually agro solution program. So applying new technology, new digitalization, that probably will become increasing the grade, Pak. There is no there is no single system, single strategy that could fit for all. That probably we should note it for small scale credit. The second, we should encourage they do saving. You cannot expect they could take credit if they don't have good saving. So at the same time, the financial inclusion is also very important. If we do not do this, we cannot expect everything is being in a good shape. So we have to work again. My point is empowerment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Arifin. Hope that answered all of your question. Do believe that there is no perfect medicine for all illness, right? So, I know that we have more question to be discussed, but unfortunately, we have come to the end of this sessions. Thank you very much again for Prof. Arifin for great presentations. Okay, I will bring back to MC, please.
Well, thank you for Mr. Dedi Susila and Prof. Arifin. Thanks for your valuable speech, and please remain on the stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is felicitation momentous for the keynote speaker. So I would like to invite Dr. Gede Sedana, Rector of Dwi Jendra University, and accompanied by Vice Rector of Pakuan University, Prof. Dr. Haja Heri Sarimana, and the Chairman of Committee, Dr. Iketut Suar Adjana, to come on the stage to facilitate the keynote speaker. Please. Yeah, maybe take a photo session. Yeah. Well, thank you for Prof. Baslanil Arifin, Dr. Gede Sedana, Dr. Suaratjana. Prof. Eri, you may back to your seat. Well, before we continue for the next sessions. Yeah, for the invited speaker, for the keynote speaker and all the guests, if you have the other planning, you may leave this room. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all. We will continue for the plenary session. So I will invite again Mr. Dedik Susila to lead the plenary session. For Mr. Dedik, time is yours.
Thank you, MC. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all invited speakers to come to the stage. The first one is Professor Dr. Nangkula Utaberta. The second one is Dr. Nauri Miyazawa. The third one, Dr. Emma Eporio. The fourth one, Dr. Gede Sedana. And the last but not the least, Dr. Indrajit Paul, who joins us virtually. Well, without any further ado, I would like to invite our first invited speaker, Professor Dr. Nangkula Utaberta. But before that, I would like to read the short CV of Professor Dr. Nangkula Utaberta. He is an international writer, professor of architecture and research. He obtained his Doctor of Philosophy and Master of Architect degree from University Technology Malaysia in Johor Bahru. Currently, he is a professor of architecture at the School of Architecture and Built Environments, UCSI University. For the presentation, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good mornings. First of all, I would like to give a big round of thanks to Dr. Gede for the invitations, and also Ibu Intan for the invitations. I think I'm going to give a lectures. Basically I'm Indonesian. Actually, I give my promise that when I came to Indonesia, I won't speak English. But since we are respecting our guests here, but it's okay. I mean, I'm trying my best to deliver the lecture in English. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So I'm Indonesian who's been staying in Malaysia for 20 years, yeah, doing my master's and PhD there. Basically, I'm an architect. So my presentation might be different. Yeah, it's more micro compared to the previous keynotes, you know, which is more macro in terms of national Indonesia. So I'm going to presenting some things so small. It's small, and hopefully we can always learn from it. My expertise is on mosque architecture. Yeah, I'm an expert in the mosque architectures, especially on the design, theory, and histories of mosque architecture. So today's I'm going to present on how actually we can look mosque from different perspective on that. Bagaimana jalankan ini ya? Oh, next. Okay, let's start with the introductions. Yeah, this is a preface given by Professor Muhammad Tajuddin in Malaysia, one of the profound professors in the mosque architectures and Islamic architecture in Malaysia. He was giving a preface to my books. These are our latest books back in 2020s. The titles was Mosque Spiritual Hub for Community Development. So he was giving a preface. The preface that to an architect, the design of mosque is simple affair. Ya, untuk seorang architect is a simple affair. Either you follow clients want of dome, minarets, mukarnas, or actually you use what you want. But the things that what architects fail frequently is to understand the need of the communities. This is the most important. When we talk about mosque, not only as a place of worship, at the same time, it's supposed to be what we call as a community development centers. That was the ideas. Yeah. So let's see what is the popular image, popular understanding of people when they talk about mosque. Number one, normally they will talk about it should be Arabs, Arabic, Egyptian. Yeah. When we talk about dia mestilah is Middle East image. Like this one, these two is mosque in Malaysia, Masjid Putra and also Masjid Shah Alam. The use of domes. Yeah? Normally people are talking about the usage of domes. The mosque must have a dome. No dome means no mosque. Even in Malaysia, some state was specifically mentioned that if you design a mosque, there must be a dome. Yeah, so we are writing a letters to the chief ministers during that time, questioning about the ideas lah. Minarets, arch. Yeah? So this is the image that people are normally come out when they talk about mosque. Yeah? Monumental scale. Yeah? If we talk about like this is the Taj Mahal, yeah? It's not a mosque, it's a tomb. The kubur, yeah? It's not a mosque. Like this one is the Putrajaya. This is a Baghdad during the Saddam Hussein times. So monumental scale axis. Yeah? Axis is when you get a straight line, yeah? So that you can have certain image of the design. I would like to think about this kind of design. Yeah? This is a very interesting design. You see the house, yeah, got lots of trees. Yeah? Even you can't see the house. Yeah? Or maybe this kind of design. Yeah? Yeah, if you can see here, the building is actually embellished by the trees. When you design a building, you're not leveling the land, but you build in between the natures. Yeah. This kind of design, yeah? This is a new approach in designing buildings. I would like to start with the research. Yeah, this is a preliminary research that we found in 2006. Yeah, I think a long time ago, when I did my PhDs. Yeah? I was interviewing the late Adi Mursyid, yeah, one of the top architects in Indonesia. He was giving a kind of figures. Yeah? In Indonesia, in 2006, yeah, there are 26,000 of mosques in Jakarta. Only 15% of the space is actually being utilized. Yeah, 85% is actually abandoned, tidak digunakan. Yeah, for place like Jakarta, which is it's very compact, very lots of things. So it become an issue. It should become an issue. Yeah, because the usage of spaces. We did a similar research in Kuala Lumpur back in 2018 and 19. Yeah, Indonesia got 26,000, including the surau, musola, everything. But in Malaysia, we pick up the mosque under Masjid Wilayah, under Wilayah Persekutuan, MAWIP, Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah. So this is the numbers of the mosque, 56, based on a different type of zone. Yeah. So we did a similar research. We interviewed the committees. Yeah. This is my student interviewing the committees. Yeah. We did observation. Yeah. We do drawing. We redraw the plan of the mosque. We calculate the usage of space, yeah, on this particular things. Yeah. So this is the statistic that we found. Yeah. I just flip through. About the facility, actually some mosques have a very big facilities. The other one don't have enough facilities. This one got full facilities. Some of them not enough. So when we come to the Kuala Lumpur, it's even worse. Yeah? It's only 2.2%. The usage being used. This one we already cut off the night time. We don't calculate the after Isha prayers until Subuh. We only calculate from the Subuh up to the Isha. Yeah, it's only 2.22%. So the usage of spaces was very low. Yeah. So from that simple research that we did, we come into very simple conclusions. Yeah. A bigger site doesn't require necessarily indicate that bigger mosque has to be built. Yeah. Size of the so this is basically a proposal, yeah, that we give to the Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia, yeah, to redesign the mosque as the guideline. Yeah, so we proposed to them last time. So that's a simple research because space is a part of sustainable things. Yeah. If we see our Prophet Mosque, yeah, this is the reconstruction of Prophet Mosque. Yeah. If you ask me what is the original forms of the mosque, this is the original forms lah. Yeah, so yang paling asli. Yeah. So if you're looking at the different type of countries, yeah, when these basic forms go to different countries, it carries the architectural language of that countries. That countries, yeah. So some using Iranian, Turkish, Indians, yeah. So when we look at different styles, yeah, it grows. So which one is the original one? The previous one lah. This is a mosque after go to different countries. Modern mosque also, you can see a different type of language there. So we are actually formulating a new approach, yeah, for the design of the mosque, not only in Malaysia but also in the Southeast Asia. Yeah, there's a misunderstanding of the design of the mosque, social roles. Yeah, we have a lot of things to discuss there. We're developing the curriculums, yeah, and the design strategies after that. Yeah. This is one samples on how actually in architecture we call it bubble diagrams. Yeah? When we identify spaces, they should be in a mosque in the contemporary world, not the ancient times. Yeah? We need to have a kind like children play areas, commercial center, accommodations. Yeah? So this kind of things should be in the mosque on that. Yeah. So we did an experiment. Giving the guidelines and we presenting to the student. Yeah, this is a work of student. Our student at UTM, University of Technology Malaysia, back in 2005, 2006. Yeah, this is some of the design. Yeah, so it's unique. Yeah? It's not like the mosque that we see with the domes, with the minarets. Yeah? They go with the new approach of the designing a mosque. Yeah? This is some mosque in the shopping complex, so it could be a very interesting things to develop further. Yeah. Okay, this is another schemes which is very interesting. Yeah, when we're looking at the needs of the mosque in the modern societies. Yeah, they call it Masjid Mesra Wanita. Masjid mosque which is what is Mesra? Is close to women, to women. Yeah. Why it was we call it Masjid Mesra Wanita? Because actually we allocated certain areas of the mosque for the women. Yeah, for the women. Because in Islam, Muslimah, yeah, they always a problem when they want to go to swimming pools, they want to go for wall climbing, yeah, spa. So actually we cut off the one part of the mosque for the kids, nurseries, yeah, everything. So we cut off one part of the mosque to bring up a new areas, yeah, which I believe serve more to the communities, yeah, compared to the one that we have now. Yeah, this is some of the strategies. You see, there's a wall climbing there, so the women can also they can have the swimming pool all the time. So it will be a better approach in that. This is also another scheme. This is a mosque. Scheme of mosque that we proposing. They call it hip hop mosque. When we want to have the youngsters to go to the mosque, because normally it's all people only go, then we go to the new kind of people. So there's a new design on that. You might not see this kind of design in any mosque. So this is the schemes that the proposal proposed. Yeah, it might be, some people might find it strange. Yeah? Ada warna, you got red, you got orange, yellow. So that is the things. Yeah, this is the new redesigning of that. Okay. During the pandemics, I did a kind of experiment, personal experiment, because during that time we don't go to works. So we actually, I'm taking one class. I remember I taking one class, online class on aquaponics. I'm going to show you why I need this one. So we did an experiment. This is my pond, my personal pond in the house. Yeah, you got koi there, very nice one. No, we go to the why is self-production. I'm sorry, this one is in Malay. Malaysia is one of the countries with the most obese. The most obese countries in Southeast Asia. Yang paling gemuk. Yeah, in Southeast Asia. Even I remember number 4, number 5 in the world. Yeah, because if you go there, lots of people. So one of the factors, yeah, that contribute was food. See, the pemakanan is food. Yeah. So there's an issues on that. When we are not controlling the foods, we will have this situation. I think Indonesia is still in the very good percentage on that. Yeah, menggerunkan means is really frightening. Another cases is that when we talk about this daging sejuk bekus, yeah, it means there's a one raid done by in Johor Bahru during that time in Senai. They raid one warehouse, so they found out lots of actually frozen meat, yeah, from China, Ukraine, Brazil, and Argentina. We have an issues with the halal issues. Yeah, of course, Malaysia is one of the country which is kind of concerned on the halal issues. So it creates a difficult problems, yeah, to the country. So there are two issues which is very important on that. So I did an experiment. Yeah, that is my youngest daughter. Ini anak saya paling kecil. Kelas apa? SD kelas 3. Ya. So we did an experiment. We explore many possibilities. Yeah. With that, I think 1 or 2 hours online course. Yeah. This is my second pond. Yeah, kolam yang kedua. This is my third pond. Yeah, when I reconstructed with my younger daughter lah. So from that 3 pond, we produce. This is a kangkung, a water lily. Water lily, kangkung. So we produce tomatoes. Yeah. We produce salad. Yeah, a lot of salad there. Fish, definitely. You have the tilapia, ikan nila, tilapia. You have the catfish. We have the corn. Yeah, even we can corn, kangkung. We can have the bayam, yeah, the spinach, chilies. So it's become a family's activities. Every end of the when we tuai, what do you panen, yeah? When we harvest the things, then we will have my kids to work together, then put another new one, just put there. Then we have our time as a family during the pandemic time. Yeah. So why I need that experiment? Because back in 2016 and 17, we have this project called Free Mosque Design. Yeah, Free Mosque Design. This one project is in Kampung Laut, Kelantan. So this is our first experiment. Yeah? Experiment with the mosque design. So we just do some experiment, bring it out and there. Until we come out, we have few projects after that. Then we come out with the new typology of mosque. Yeah, that we trying to because the problem is that in Malaysia, when you talk about mosque, you put an aircon. Air conditioning in mosque is one of the most worst case in Malaysia. In one mosque, you can have like 30, even 70 aircon. 70 aircon. So the idea that let's take out the wall, dindingnya, the wall, we take out the wall. So that people pray was the problem of looking at things. Then we're trying to cool the buildings in the tropical ways so that it's not giving an extra wastage of energy on that. This is the building that can go up. Can go up. So you can modulate it. Then we do an experiment again during the Aceh earthquake. I think few years back, we identify different places when the mosque is totally destroyed. So we actually propose a new kind of compared to this one. You see the old design of mosque with the dome and everything. We come up with a new kind of designs. We take out the dome because the dome contribute to the most of the cost. We take out the minarets. We change it into structural elements. We play. That's why I playing with my aquaponic because I wanted to have it here. I want to have it the agriculture's productions in the different part of the buildings. You can see here. All the mosques basically now become more cheaper, lebih murah, and easier to construct. And also you can produce many things from here. Different projects. This is another project that we work in Jakarta. So just a simple one. We have different set. And it's not expensive. You see, it's 100 ringgit. It's like 30,000, 30,000. 30,000, 60,000. So it's not expensive to construct this one. This is a different type of tools. This is the system that we developed. A different type. I mean, we can talk about how to work on that. Of course, when we talk about the permanent pond, it become a kind of expensive because I already have the pond already, so we work on that things. So let's ask the basic questions. Just to end my lectures today. What is Islamic architecture? When we talk about mosque as a representative of Islamic architecture, this is a reminder of man, overwhelming man-made objects over its surroundings, or is it a reminder of God, where the nature over man-made objects? That's the question.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So you have three.
That's good. So just the summary of it. When you're looking at the Quranic verse on science, then let's see how he spread out the earth, the river. He didn't mention about the new BMW cars or the new high-rise. He talked about trees. The idea of humilities, where actually Prophet has teach us that we should be humble with the natures. And how actually it should be a community interaction in the mosque itself. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Rangula Alberta, for a great presentation. We would like to continue to the second invited speaker, Dr. Nauri Miyazawa. Before that, I would like to read the short CV of Dr. Nauri Miyazawa. She is an assistant professor at the Faculty of Social Science, Institute of Advanced Science, Waseda University, Japan. She earned PhD in International Study from University of Tokyo. She is currently conducting research in Bali, especially about Subak. Okay, the time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. And thank you very much, Professor Lecter Bagede, for inviting me for this very important conference. And I would like to convey my respect to invited speakers, distinguished guests. And I feel very honored to be here, to be the invited speaker today. So, nama saya Nauri dari Japan, dari Universitas Waseda. My name is Nauri Miyazawa from Japan, Waseda University. So I already stayed here in Bali for 3 years So today I would like to talk about one social experiment project I have already conducted in Bali. Okay. So we will discuss about social innovation with local community, mainly in Bali. Yes. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself briefly. So I have worked in Bali for research project since 2019. So already 3 years here, and research about resource management and natural resource governance, like a SBAG and resource management. Here. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I also do research about Desa Adat, and after COVID-19, I also stayed here, and then I have observed very prominent role of the Desa Adat. They contributed like many like a mask, hand sanitizer to the community, and very helpful activities for community. And so I have conducted research what kind of role that Desa Adat has, especially for combating COVID-19. And now I also do research about gamelan music. As you can see, this on this stage, maybe there was a good performance this morning. And what kind of the impact on quality of life if people join gamelan research? So I have conducted interview and questionnaire survey, 450 people, and then I have found a very interesting result. If someone join gamelan music activity, they have very higher result on the quality of life, like happiness and self-confidence and future impact on the future, like thinking, what kind of the dream they have. So what is the impact of COVID-19 in Bali, local livelihood? So as you can see, in Bali, so much negative impact after COVID-19. 44% of the people lost their job permanently or temporarily. And then this is the level of the income. So after COVID-19, 61% decreased in the income level. So this has been so negative impact in Bali. So how have people reacted to cope with COVID-19? So as you can see, most of the people, like 40% of the people had some kind of the coping mechanism after COVID-19. For example, 60% people, they find another income resource, and also 16%, they do farming activities. So I have observed many people now starting agricultural work after COVID-19. So as you can see, now many young people start working in the agricultural field because this is safeguard their food security. And also they started to recognize very high risk of high dependency on tourism sector. So this is one of the observations. So many lands has been cultivated after coronavirus outbreak. Before, nothing to grow, but now after COVID-19, people already started grow vegetable, fruits, many things. So today I will mainly talk about social experiment project. This is for improving access to the market by local farmers. So many times media covered our project. This is one example. So I'd like to talk about the background of this project. So as you can see, the change of paddy field area in Bali has been decreased every year, 7%. So every year, 5,500 hectares already lost. So what will be happen in 10 years, 20 years? There is a prediction of the paddy field area. In 12 years, maybe no more paddy field area in Bali if this trend will be continued. So why this agricultural land has been converted so heavily in many areas? So I'd like to highlight some of the reasons here. First, very low income from agriculture. So I interviewed with many farmers, and then their average income from agriculture is about 1 million rupiah. And this is not enough for supporting a family. And second, very high demand by tourism industry. There is always competition over land, over water resources. And also there's a high tax for farming land as well. So, but only limited regency has a policy for tax exemption for farmers. However, farmers also have hesitance in selling land because this land has been inherited from generation to generation. So in Bali, this is very unique system, Subak. And as you already know, this Subak system registered as World Cultural Heritage in 2012 by UNESCO. And this practice dating back to 11th century. And there are about more than 1,000 Subak and 80,000 hectares paddy field managed by Subak. So they have many strong aspects. For example, they have community-based organization, manage irrigation and paddy field. And its main purpose is to provide the stable water supply for agriculture. And very important philosophy, Trihita Karana, they have. Professor Pak Richter already wrote many publications about this Trihita Karana. And also Subak has awik-awik customary law for local regulation. Oh, sorry. So Subak has many functions. So I will skip this slide. So like a cultural function, social function, economic function, technical, natural, physical function. But this is the sustainability level of each function from the research. And cultural function is very strong. They have many like a ritual ceremony and temple, many activities related to culture. On the other hand, economic function is the weakest. So this is very difficult for Subak. So economic function need to be strengthened. That's why we started one project for improving access to the market by Subak farmers. So this is concept. Let's eat organic rice and support the farmer. Mari makan beras organik dan bantu para petani. So we started already 1 year ago, almost 1.5 years in January. So this project support food value chain whole system. Not only production, food production, but we support each stage food processing and marketing until consumption. So we aim to increase added value at each stage of the food value chain. And also, yes, next. So this is one of the win-win solution because we support participatory value chain. So after farmer have the production, we support direct sale to consumer. Before our project, the farmer sell to many like a broker. So many like cost also increase until before reaching to the consumer. So that's why farmers' income was very low, and then consumers have to pay a lot. So that's why we now facilitate more direct sale from farmer to consumer. So this is project objective. First, nature resilience of agriculture community. And second, develop the capacity of the community in sustainable agriculture and environmental protection. First, we support packaging and making a brand. Before, for example, rice, they sell only like this, no packaging, but only sold by weight, like in the traditional market. But we supported creating paper package and now also support like a plastic package with the special brand, Bali Organic Farmers. So we do like a support targeting potential market and consumer group. We go to the market weekend and doing a presentation of the project and promote this organic rice. And this was a good to connect local farmers and also potential consumer, including local Japanese market. Like we do like a free tasting to the customer, and then we always do survey with customer to know the need from customer. So now we do like an e-commerce online market with farmers. So we deliver this organic rice to each houses in the city, like Denpasar, Canggu, Sanur, because so many customers came to our place in Ubud to buy this rice, but it took like 2 hours, 3 hours to come here. That's why we started collaboration with online company, name is Delibali. So they use free application in the smartphone. So everyone can order from the smartphone, and then we deliver to each houses. And we also develop added value product. This one is rice bulan in Bahasa Bali wort. So dadak super in Bahasa Indonesia. So this is powder from the rice and very good for health. That's why many people, including Japanese, they want to use for cooking. But in Bali, they use only for animal, like for pig. And then they didn't utilize so much. That's why now we produce this product, and this is very popular product. Many people want to buy this. And also this is like a pecak kulit, brown rice. Also, this is very healthy. So many people want to buy this product after we created. And we also do like a promoting agritourism. So inviting many guests to the paddy field to join agriculture activity, planting and harvesting. And farmers, they are very happy to get the guests to join the activity. And then for kids, also very good opportunity to learn about the nature and agriculture. So they're very happy to join the activity. So we created social media. So the Facebook and Instagram, the name is Bali Organic Farmers. if you're interested, please follow. So we try to give information about the product, and we try to make networking with other customers and other business partners. And we also do the quality control for the rice, because very important to have good product. For example, if we buy rice in the market, there's so many stones inside the rice, and sometimes many complain about that. So we try to remove like a microorganisms, stones, fresh rice also, to have good quality. And also research on the market information, price information, and conducted survey with customers and need assessment. This is now we grow like a sticky rice, because we already know from the needs assessment, there are so many requests on the sticky rice. So what are the impact of this social experiment project? So first of all, income of the participated farmers has increased by 11% to 50%. This is very important result, because our initial objective was to create good economy for local farmers. And participation also increased from 1 farmers group, SUBEC, to 3 farmers group. And we also expanding the shop, selling a project rice from before 0 shop, but now we sell at 3 shop and online market shop.
Sorry to interrupt. It's 3 minutes remains.
And we have developed strategic partnership with other stakeholders. Waseda University directly support farmers group, also with other Indonesian university and NGO companies. We hope we can collaborate with the Wijayendra University for these activities. And project management, we do this non-profit basis. So creating financial sustainable system, very important. Also operationally self-sustainable system, for we need to build a very good human resources to manage the project, and emphasizing ecological and social aspect on the local community. And this is the strategic management. For example, like identification of potential market and group and networking. And we have always feedback session with business person and collaboration with company and presentation about this project. Also produce design and quality control based on the needs from the customer. And this is important to have customer relations to receive like a claim and responding to claim. I'd like to conclude now. What is the strategy for sustainable development? So first, it's important to involve local community organization for balancing environment, economy, and development. And activating economy by agriculture and creating strategic product like farmers brand, and promote value-added product such as organic rice, and promoting agritourism. And now we want to also try beyond tourism activity like rural-urban exchange. Okay, thank you very much, Matur Suksema.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nauri Miyazawa. Well, for the next invited speaker, we would like to invite Dr. Emma Eporio to come to the stage. Dr. Emma Eforio is a professor, Department of Sociology and Anthropology, School of Social Science, Ateneo de Manila University, and the Science Research Fellows, Manila Observatory. She earned her PhD on sociology from University of Hawaii. Currently, she is a president of International Sociological Association, Clinical Sociology Divisions, and the Asia Pacific Sociological Association. Okay, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. How many years ago, Rector Sidana, they say that a teacher, if it's done right, then the student will succeed far more than her or him. And for me, I came here to Bali because I think Rector Sidana and Suar, who is the vice president for they were in my theories of development aeons ago. I am very grateful because for 20 years, we at the Ateneo de Manila, we basically hosted the Ford Foundation Scholarship for professionals in social science, basically linked to the practice of social science in the field. So I'm very happy. In fact, I saw our rector yesterday. We were having a graduation of the University of Peace in Costa Rica and the Ateneo. We have a dual degree program wherein we graduate students from all over Asia and the Pacific. So thank you very much, Rector Sidana, for this invitation. And I'm very happy. Because of that program, I've been coming to Bali several times. And I remembered when Sidana was doing his field work, and as he was entering the field, he said, "Tabi, tabi." And I said, "Huh? You also say tabi, tabi?" And from then on, I realized that there's so much in common between Balinese society and Philippine society. And Sidana was telling me about the waves of migration and exchange between Bali and Southeast Asia. So I'm very happy to be here. And my presentation today is entitled Transformative Adaptation and Resilience, Inter and Transdisciplinary Approaches to Sustainable Development. For the last 10 years, I've been doing sociology of climate change. And I've been working with climate scientists, with policymakers, and with community-based organizations, especially women's-led group. So I put there that I've been running the Coastal Cities at Risk in the Philippines. And also I've been a science research fellow at the Manila Observatory. The Manila Observatory is a 150-year-old scientific institution, and they serve as a weather bureau in the Spanish and American colonial government. So also I put there that now I am part of the National Panel of Technical Experts in the Philippines of the
Bác quá cái này hay gì này? Ya mama man gusto aja ngemelin. Kuah kena he lagi mah he lagi mana untuk Gusti? Gusti? Ida pada kini na ya. Pen. Family lah kamu ni. What? Ni dia. Tapi mungkin ni ayat infoan. Yang penting ngali sertifikat weng di takin tai betai haram ni kila. Haram ni cat ngaji. Yang penting absen bakwan. Halo? Jadi absen ang Per. Hah? Jadi absen ang wih kita grup. Oh,
Ini sudah selesai kah?
Sudah. Ini.
Oh, baik so guys, saya mau keluar guys.
Baik bagaimana sementara ini sekarang? Kalian ini cuma saya sendiri yang absen sekarang.
Saya mau keluar dulu.
Kau lihat ini syarat cat ini syarat cat ibu ini.
Apa?
Syarat cat ibu sekarang ini. Tidak absen aku ini. Tidak absen aku.
Aduh, baik so kakak.
Iya ya. Terus. Baik bagaimana sekarang ini? Yang teman absen saya ini tidak ada sekarang. Jadi absen ang weng. Hah? Jadi absen ang. Dua absen ang. Sementara tujuannya Zoom-nya itu gimana? Pak bapne ke ini ki bob. Am dia hak mana bob takin te ibane. Hah? Sertifikat wen. Mundak mungkin absen ang. Hah? Jadi absen ang weng. Orang hari mungkin kir mungkin nak tiak pan. Am kan hal kir ha. Yo kembang akan it. Am kor clear hal kir it peru. Hah? Am clear mengol ko clear mengkados. Mentayai. Mana ni tiap anu. Hari mungkin nak tercat nados nanot. Kena jak ni kir mungkin. Ye. Hari mungkin Nyentam. Kir macam. Ya no tu. Mungkin bakai. Kalau langsung absen kalau aldas na? Zoom tadi cat Zoom. Mungkin betul. Mana haram ni kena jadi haram ni kena. Atau ni mungkin no jak ni tim kena. Mbak dok ya ni tu. Menjaga tutup meja do yang juga harki ban juga harja ya iki yang juga harki takik mam kinggu ki in kinggu mengke ke do nang da sana we ke tutu el jatuh adik ha jatuh sum morgo meng jadi ban not meng kenen anot ngona adas loh bahasa Inggris tadi yang ini tuh menjadi cat ki ayo pendu catnya. Oh, rung karyo. Jek weng, untuk pieng ya. Taki bakhay. Iya, halo. Gusti. 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 Gusti.
Lah, good. Yeah.
Makanya na tol no. Enggak ada na tol mah. Kung na ba nomor ni block mo plane book tuwok.
Ngek biasa nang wing.
Enggak ada tlap na tol. Via enggak ada.
Ma, ke haranya itu asalnya lantak apa nak kan?
Nakbang lah mo kunjan pe mo manap sa no via ba. At taki asar no. Enggak ada ini.
Ma, kita haranya apa ni tu yang apa nah?
Banyak bahas wangui ini baik itu. Ini bawal gitu. Oke.
Coastal flooding, there in
Baca baka PW mungkin
goes out, and then what our goal really, I will say that we in the universities, what are our science and knowledge for? We have to move, as the previous speaker has said, that we have to move our science into climate action. And there are 4 principles. I always tell when I lecture to the mayors and governors, we must follow the Pareto principle, which is 20% input yielding 80% output. But I tell us, it seems to be the other way around. Our input is 80%, yet we only get 20%. Number 2, there is power in numbers, working with communities, working with other people, and together having a more systematic climate action. Then also number 3, I always say, to innovate is to collaborate. But to collaborate is to navigate the different systems, okay? I think our working together, the university is organized along disciplines. But we have to cut the silos in order to make our knowledge more applicable, more doable, and more engaged with the people. And then, so basically what we did when we say, we have to link climate science to policy and practice to transdisciplinary action research. We have to basically produce the science. So we believe in the 3 principles of transdisciplinary action research. 1, we must co-create or co-generate the knowledge with the stakeholders. 2, we must co-create our capacities. As we engage with other stakeholders, we scientists also increases our capacity to look at problems and be solutions driven with the systems lens. And the same manner that our partners also will get to appreciate very much how we should increase our capacity to work towards solutions. And then number 3, if we do this, we co-generate our knowledge, we co-create our capacities, then we can lead to co-ownership and co-benefits, okay? I will not go because I think I have how many minutes I have? Okay, so basically what we did is that our goal is to work towards an integrated climate and disaster risk assessment. Because right now, the local governments and national governments, it's all hazards. So volcanologists, seismic scientists, environmentalists look at the hazard profile, flood prone, earthquake prone, and like. But then I always say, as a social vulnerability assessment specialist, I always say, then you have to look at the people who are exposed to the floods, who is vulnerable to it, and then what are their capacities? If we put them together, then we can lead to better planning and better action programs, as you can see there. So I will not go very much because, okay, so our goal, what we have been doing for the past 7 years, I've become so old already, I can't remember. I told Sidana a while ago, in the Philippines, we believe only Carabaos grow old. Okay, how many of you are old? Think old here. Think that only Carabaos grow old. Okay, I always tell the mayors and governors, we have to work together. Science works together with practitioners and policymakers, and we make our planning and our design programs. So for example, in the Philippines, you're supposed to produce local climate adaptation plan. Then it leads to updating the land use plan, create the city development plan and the annual investment plan, then the policies, programs, and activities. So that has to be coherent. But in most cases, it's just compliance. So this is an interesting, if you look at it, this is the map of Manila since 1997. As you can see there, as the time progresses, the city is becoming browner and redder and more at risk. So I will not go, and also here, we work with economists, with epidemiologists, so you can see there that climate impacts really affect differently between formal and informal economy. Every typhoon makes the poor poorer, and also the dengue and leptos, which is climate sensitive, it really affects the poor more. So also, this is my favorite. I say, our cities are becoming polluted with PM 2.5, and I always say, the pollution, because we cannot see them, it's killing ourselves softly. Do you remember this song? Killing, anyway. So, and also we were also going into resilience models. I will not go into that anymore. So our job really is to put our science in the service of identifying who is exposed, who is vulnerable, and how can we increase their capacity to reduce the vulnerability of the already vulnerable and to enhance their community resilience. So in investing for resilience, we should be clear. What are the hazards that we want to mitigate? Who and why and how they are exposed? I was saying a while ago, and the previous speaker, he was saying that we have so many people now. I think of 8 billion now, but I was telling Rector Sidana, one scientist say, it's not how many people, but how do we live as a people that is sensitive to the needs of nature, to the needs of the ecosystem-based livelihoods, and do not create the imbalance. Because right now, we are so imbalanced because we're consuming more and wasting more. And that's why we are in these problems, okay? So we must invest in resilience. As we tell our local government and private sector partners, investing in resilience is not corporate social responsibility. It is a core investment. You have to protect and you have to reduce the vulnerability of people, because otherwise, who will be your consumers? Who will be your buyers if you do not reduce the vulnerability and build the resilience? So, you can go that, and in what way, okay? So this is the resilience model that we have created with the National Resilience Council. We are basically saying that leadership and governance is so important, and that the pillars of LGU system, human development, environment, local economy, and infrastructure, if you do them, then you will reduce damage and properties, infrastructure and agriculture, and development continuity will proceed. And we tried this in Muntinlupa, as you can see there. You'll see the Muntinlupa City Baseline Scorecard, and then we see the Barangay Resilience Scorecard. We also basically mapped out where the informal settlements are, what's the poverty threshold, who has access to water, who has access to health facilities. In doing so, the local government and the NGO will be more targeted, working together with the people in terms of their investments for resilience. Because right now, our local governments are just very reactive. When the typhoon will come, okay, the people ask, are you ready? And they will put there the plastic bags of relief goods. And so this is, if you could say, a resilient program or a whole of society approach engages everyone, universities, colleges, private sector, CSOs, community-based organizations. So the whole of society approach, cross-cutting things. So also it involves, these are our partnerships with local universities and communities. You can see there the people who are selling vegetables. I'll show you later. I had a conference on bridging science policy practice nexus. And I invited these women, our partner on the left. I was so impressed with them. They made right away a poster, putting our theme, and then they sold their products. I think those are people who know when opportunity arises and they take advantage of it. Next is basically our partnerships. One minute, no more.
1 minute left.
1 minute, okay. Partnership with local universities. I'm very proud of these women. During pandemic, they said to me, Ma'am, we want to have a community pantry for other urban poor communities to have vegetables and the like. And they did this, and I sent this picture to the James Cook State of the Tropics report. And they were so impressed with these women that they put them in the cover of their lunch. So the community, I really believe partnership means co-benefit. And this example, and so okay, the Ateneo de Manila University for the past 2 years ranked the first in Philippine cities in SDG 48 and in SDG 6, SDG 11. That's my focus. And I would say, and in fact, the quality assurance editor, controller says to me, all she has to do for SDG 11 is harvest data from my 2 websites. So, okay, and also, this is my conclusion, that we should work multi-scalar approaches in risk governance, coherence between measures of adaptation, design resilience frameworks that interacts, and then I want to say this. All you have to remember is the 3 Gs of social development: gender, generation, and geography. Political geography, social geography, economic geography, and cultural geographies. And then last, nature-based solutions is what you know. Okay, so you're free, you can, if you look at the beginning, I have the QR code of our 2 websites. You're free to download from them. You're free to download from Sidana told me she'll stop me because I talk so much. But anyway, those are the 2 QR codes. You can download anything. That's part of when we say we must be open access. Part of the post-colonial relationship is when we have to pay to publish, and well, I said, forget it. We have to start doing south to south collaboration. We have to help each other, okay? So that's all free. You can just acknowledge us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for very wonderful and energetic presentations. For the next invited speaker, we'd like to welcome Dr. Kanchan Negi. Dr. Kanchan Negi will present her paper through online presentations. While waiting for the connections, let me invite the next invited speaker, Dr. Gede Sedana, to present his presentations. Dr. Gede Sedana is a professor of agribusiness at Wijendra University. He earned his master program on social development in Ateneo de Manila and agribusiness management in Udayana University. Furthermore, he earned his Doctor of Agribusiness Management in Udayana University. He is currently rector of Wijendra University. For Dr. Gede Sedana, the time is yours.
Thank you. Excuse me, I would like to stand up. Thank you for everybody. Good morning. I think in this room, still in the morning. I would like to give my presentation, the title From Micro to Global Level. Because just now, Mrs. Nauri talked also about the ADAT, the micro level, the small level in Bali, and then the Minister of the Women Empowerment and Child Protection also talk about the sustainability of development. Dr. Emma Porio, my former lecturer, also talk about the sustainable development. Professor Bustano talk also about the sustainable development. Now I'm going to starting from the micro level, the small level, because I assume that if we want to achieve the sustainable development goals, there are 17 goals. So in my mind, we should start from the micro level, because many people talk about the strategy, the program, the policies from the global level, inter-nation, like in Indonesia, our government talk at the national level. But now I will turn back. I will talk from the micro level, from the small level. That is in a subak system. Lesson from the subak system. Firstly, I would like to talk about the role of agriculture. If we talk about agriculture, we talk about agriculture, but we talk about the other sides of agriculture, because the role of agriculture, firstly, provide food for us. The farmers, they the one who provide what we need, like the rice, the product from the secondary crop, and the other crop. The second one, agriculture create the opportunity for the job. Most of the people that provide the raw material for the industry. Let free in the league. We have in now I'm going to we should tell about the local wisdom, the Subak system, if we want to achieve the sustainable development goals, because the sustainable goal very big, tunnel talk, tunnel talk.
Ya 15 menit itu cuma 4 jam itu. 6 jam terus. Padahal ini juga Mas. Bang Jahat, aku tuh cinta berat.
Because we talk about sustainable development, we talk about the social things.
Mana bang?
Talk about sustainable development. Second, no
And then our president, Jokowi, always inform to us. Next year we will have the crisis for food and energy. If we forget to the farmers, the agricultural sector, we will have the food crisis. We start from the farmers. We start from the farmers organization. And the second, we have the margin for the income of farmers. Income of farmers create.
no. Malaysia ada talk about sustainable even though we talk about the many strategies, many policies, if we do not talk about the farming, especially rice, we cannot sustainable good production, good productivity, quality of the production, and Indonesia protect the consumer, protect the farmers. If the price of the rice increase, because the farmers the farmers is very wise. And then we talk about another version of Subang, the rural development. There is a small issue, the narration about the rural development. If we believe, we assume if the farmers already increase income, they will have more power for the system. They will buy something, buy the product produced by the industry, and then the root of economy at the local level, the rural level, village level. If we talk about the rice farm, the Subang so that's why sometimes I always talk also about how to improve the rural economy in Indonesia based on the agriculture. Now And then we have another function of the rice farm of the Subak. But the industry, I think if we imagine in Indonesia, we have industries produce fertilizer. But if there is no farmers, who will consume that fertilizer? The industry will be bankrupt. That's why we try to create new technology for the farmers and use fertilizer, but not chemical fertilizer. At least now develop the organic demonstration plot in Vietnam. Organic can have the good quality and then a good price. Not only in terms of economic, but in terms of the soil structure to make it better for the soil structure. So the root of the growth of the plant will very easy to get the nutrients from the soil. That is the industry. And the industry also has to big function, big significant role for the agriculture. That's why we have the upstream industry and the downstream industry, especially in the processing, in the marketing of the product. This is now already those just about for the rice products here in Bali, because she has the good market as a target, and then now only think about another strategy, how to make a wider and then the production. This is how we work together with the rice, organic rice. Downstream the industry, I think the farmers the higher price. In Bali, all of the years, Bali is the international tourism destination. So what we have to do from the Subak, from the small organization, we link the Subak system and tourism development between tourism and agricultural development. If we develop tourism, land conversion. This is now already about the land conversion because of the tourism development. But now we have great between agriculture and tourism. We can create tourism or tourism. The natural sources. Subak system, not individual farmer, but Subak system with the actors of the tourism, restaurant, from the agriculture, but has the rule how to create the good productivity, the good quality that the industry or restaurant needs. Now it's still very difficult. It is still very difficult to make the good we import some of the agricultural products. So because of this multifunction of Subak, so what we have to do?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. You have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. So if we talk about the production, we talk about the technology, extension from the agriculture stuff, and we talk about the farmers' income, entrepreneurship of the farmers, think about the quality, think about the production, and then the market, not only produce and produce. If you want to have a good income, and then the rural development, there's the integrated rural development, not only talk about the economic thing, but talk about the Subak, the culture of the farmers. Agro-industry, agritourism, and ecology. We talk ecology, we think about the function of the Subak, the rice farming. We can compare in Denpasar because of the land conversion. If we have the rain more than 2 hours, we will have the flood because no infiltration. But if we still have the rice field, the rain will infiltrate. There is no flood. So my closing remark is, if we want to achieve the sustainable development goals, we start from the micro level. If you want to have the global thing, from the small level, local level. If you want to do good thing in the global level, under the basis of the culture, especially Trihita Karana. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Gede Sedana, for a very wonderful presentations. Well, for the next invited speaker, I would like to invite Dr. Kanchan Negi to present the presentation virtually.
Good morning to each present there.
Or Dr. Nauri Miyazawa, Dr. Emma Aporio, or Dr. Gede Sedana. Please. Operator, mic.
Yes. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the change that given by moderator. First question I want to ask to Professor Dr. Nangkula Utaberta from Malaysia. I really interested with your presentation about the design of the most you said that before in your presentation that in Jakarta the only 15% that people go to most that use the most. I think in my opinion, mostly people go to the most because of one of the place with the good view. For example, the most that have a good view have more people to pray there than just most don't have a good view. Just like in my city, Padang, West Sumatra. So from my point of view, that when the mosque has a beautiful view and a good architecture, so people will go there. If we compare with the mosque that located is in not strategic places. And also for the design of the mosque in Padang, Sumatera Barat, we have Masjid Raya Sumatera Barat. The design is not have a dome. It's just like a buffalo horn. Buffalo horn is from our culture, Minangkabau. So the dome is not like the dome. It's like a buffalo horn. We can maybe one day Bapak Prof can go to Masjid Raya Sumatera Barat. It's very unique. I think that's all for the question to Bapak Prof. Dr. Nakula Taberta. And the second question is for the rector of Wijendra University, Bapak Dr. Gede Sedana. As a lecturer in primary school teacher education, we know that many young people has increasing in has a better education than the people older people. Just like what I think is what can the future will be, because young people do not want to be a farmer anymore. Mostly young people have higher education, want to be a lecturer or want to be a teacher. So how we fulfill the needs of the rise of our country in the future. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Sorry, may I know your name, bro?
Sorry for not introduce myself first. My name is Tika. I'm from primary school teacher education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Thank you.
Well, we would like to invite another questions to invited speaker.
Thank you. My name is Suara from Wijendra University. Welcome to Prof. Nangkula, Emma, and Nauri, and Bapak Gede Sedana ya. The question is to Nauri first. Nauri, you have conducted research in Bali concerning about agriculture, right? Yeah, but during the pandemic of COVID, the economic of Bali is collapsed. Yeah, and after that, the Bali provincial government are concerned to improve or increase agricultural sector. But the problem is many land has changed use land to be factory or industry, something like that. And the problem also, the young generation not interested to be a farmer. Yeah, based on your research, how to overcome this problem so the local economy in this case in Bali to grow every year. Thank you. And the second question is to Emma. Emma Forio. My question is to Emma Forio. I think this the topography in Filipina in Philippines is as the same as Indonesia, right? Yeah. In Philippines, there are many rice fields, and you have discussed and explained about the growth of a sustainable local economy in Philippines. Yeah, during the pandemic, I believe that the economy of Philippines is also collapsing, and how to overcome this problem, especially to increase local economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Swadarnyana. I will go for Ibu Dita. Ibu Dita. Am I right? Ita. Ibu Ita. Oh, Ibu Ika. Sorry, my bad. So the first question goes to Professor Nangkula Utaberta. So it's about the use of the place in mosque.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good questions. I think it's a good question. The first one is about the views. Yeah. Actually, I remember when I was the dean. I used to be the dean, decan. When I was very young, during that time I was still 26. I became the dean for architecture schools. Yeah. One day, one of my friend, Professor Clifford, from the University of East London, was coming to my universities during that times. Yeah. So as a dean, I presenting one of my best students. I presenting some of my best students to him. And he say, okay, Nangkula is nice, but I see a building, but I didn't see the architecture. Say, what do you mean, Prof? I mean, this is the best student. I mean, they produce a very nice design and buildings. No, architecture is not about buildings. It's about spaces, how you create spaces and how you create feelings during when you're experiencing the spaces. Back to the questions. So we can create the spaces. We can create the spaces. So when we talk about the views, it's true that some people they want to see some views that become memorable for them. They can remember that. But we can create that views in the mosque. Like when we are creating this pond with lots of koi fish, with lots of green areas, that creates feelings to the people. So that's why we would like to go out from the normal design of the mosque. Yeah, when you only see a prayer place for pray, now you're creating a spaces for them. So that was the ideas. Yeah. So that was the ideas when we talk about mosque, not only a place for prayers, but also places when the community can be developed there. I think in Padang, you'll see, yeah, when the local mosque, I visit them, I think back in 2006, yeah, when related to the next question, yeah, when they have the competition for Masjid Padang, I was one of the presenter during that time. Yeah, so during that time the governor was Gamawan Fauzi, Pak Gamawan Fauzi. Yeah, so he was one of my friends. So I was presenting during the competition time. Yeah, I'm still a master student, master graduate. Yeah, during that time, I just graduate my masters. Then I present in front of him, and the committee was surprised lah during that time. That's why that one is the one win. if during that time some of us didn't present, the other design will win. Yeah, the one with the dome. No, I'm not against the usage of domes or minarets or Arabics features. The reason is very simple, because when you use domes or minarets, the cost of the mosque will become very high. It is very expensive. Yeah, to build up a dome in the context of Indonesia. Yeah, number one is to build it is very expensive. The second one is to maintain it, also very expensive. So it's not feasible to do that. Even some of the project that we working on, it can up to 25% or even 40% of the cost of the mosque just to construct the dome and also construct the minaret. So rather than spending lots of money on that, it's better to spend more. Yeah. So some people think that mosque is about building. Actually, it's not about building. It's about institution.
When we develop a mosque, we develop an institution. Same thing with when you go to Bali, you go to the temple, you're developing the institution of the temple. People who actually works on the temple. Same thing with the mosque. So you're developing people who actually working for the mosque. Our biggest mistake is that when we set up a mosque, we spend a lot of money to the building. We spend all the money to the building. We didn't spend money to the institution. Yeah, to train the people. Like a very simple one. When you see the khutbah Jumaat, yeah, Jumaat prayer, you see lots of knowledge actually being spread out. But none of us actually document it. Yeah, no one is actually, not many people actually noting down, putting in the proper books, yeah, sharing with the people. So those things actually, we call it knowledge management, when you manage the knowledge of the mosque. So back to the questions, we have to look the design of the mosque, not only as a building, as I said before, it's not, architecture is not only about building. Yeah, building is a product of it. We want to create a spaces to create, that's why you have a buildings. So back to the question again. So when you talk about the design of the mosque, I think we have to rethink, yeah? Rethink how we actually interpret it like that. So not to say we against the Middle Eastern approach of that, because of the climate, yeah, with the climates, with all the maintenance, the cost, so it will be very expensive. So it will be better if we design something suit with the tropical and Indonesian context. And of course, you have the cultural heritage of Indonesia. As I said, if you're looking at the most original form of the mosque, is the one that I'm showing you, the one without dome, with the roof and everything. So it grows with a different area. It grows with different architecture language. So that's why when you come to Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia, or maybe in Bali, I know in Bali there's a very interesting mosque. Yeah, I don't know if that mosque is still here. I think that mosque get dragon in the wall, and I think in the door you have this person holding I think Nurul Iman, is not mistaken. Yeah, that is a very interesting mosque. Yeah, we have in Bali. Outside the pro and cons, but it will be a good language for us to explore. Yeah, we have to explore so that we can have a better design of mosque. Yeah, I hope that helps.
Well, thank you, Professor Nakula Utaberta. For the second question from Ibu Ika goes to Dr. Gede Sedana. And it's actually typical to Dr. Suaranyana questions to Ms. Nauri Miyazawa or Dr. Nauri Miyazawa. The first chance I will give to Mr. Gede Sedana, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your question talking about the young generation. Not only in Bali, in other islands and other provinces also, most of the young people, young generation, do not want to work on the rice farming. This is in fact like that, you know. But we cannot stop thinking how to solve this situation, yeah. Because if we cannot think about this problem, it will be what we call the land conversion will be higher and higher. And then there's no rice field again because of the settlement, the construction of the industries and the main road or something like that. That's why we always think about if there is no rice field, there is no food, we will be angry, hunger. So now we have to maintain, we have to keep the rice field. But who will work on that land? Now the old people, we try to get the reason why. The first answer, the first reason is the income gain from the rice field, from the rice farming, relatively small.
So the people do not want. How to increase the income? The governments come there. There's the intervention from the government. Firstly, the policy from the government should for the poor, for the farmers. Actually, the farmers also need only two things. One, increase the productivity and quality. The second one, the price of the production. Because if the production will be higher or increase and the price increase, so the income of farmers will be higher. It's very easy to say, but very difficult. As our experience also in Indonesia, if the price of the rice higher, the people will claim the government inflation. Why like this? So the government will have the policy, the program to decrease, to make it lower the price of the rice. It means that the income of the farmers will be lower. So we need the protection of the farmers, not only the consumer. How to protect the farmers? Give the subsidy here. Now, for the fertilizer, sometimes for the seed, give the now the government subsidy, not in the price. The income of the farmer from is the economic for the farmer. The more income, the higher income they get, the more intensive. They may not sell the land, but if the income lower and lower and lower, so it's very easy. Like the trigger to sell the land. So actually, it's very easy if we say, but sometimes when the governments want to have the policy, the government also work alone. I mean, in the department or the Ministry of the Agriculture, they work alone. Department or Ministry of the Trade work alone. The public works, they work alone, not integrated. I think 2 weeks ago, we have the problem about the rice production. From the Ministry of Agriculture has information, we surplus of the rice. From the logistic said we have minimum stock of the rice. From the trade or from the other ministry, they have another information, another data. So if we talk about data, we have different data. If we talk about the government at the national level, why don't try to get the data in the real thing from the farmers? That's why I always talk about from the micro, from the small thing, if we want to develop in the global level. So again, I want to talk about how to improve, how to increase productivity, quality, and price. That is the main factor, how to invite, how to give the strong motivation for the young people to work on the rice field. If not, the young people don't want to work there. We have experience here in Bali. When the pandemic COVID-19, the people work on the rice field, on the agricultural sector. But now the tourism development grow and grow. They return to the tourism sector because they can get money in cash. But in rice farming, the farmers will wait until 4 months with many risks. I think Dr. Emma can talk about the risk of the rice farming because of the climate change. We cannot predict the climate. So there's the strategy, if you want to invite to raise the motivation of the young people to work on the rice farming. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grisana. Hope that answer your questions. So we goes to the next question to Dr. Naori Miyazawa. It's typically the same, but we can see the perspective from a different cultures. There might be different phenomena that happen in Japan.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is a very important question. And about the local economy, and especially after COVID-19, and we have seen the more health consciousness increased in terms of the consumer side. And also, as Director Pak Sedana mentioned, the price of the rice is now regulated by the government at very low level. But if it's like a value added product, such as organic, and then price is higher than the conventional rice. So that's why the farmer now very interested grow organic rice so that they can sell more higher price. And then after we started the project, more income going to the local village because this is non-profit. So all the benefit going to farmers directly. So young people also involved for marketing and e-marketing, like using SNS. So that's why more income also going to young people and more interest from young generation now in joining the project. So this is one of the strategy we are taking. And also about yes, networking and marketing also very key here because many people ask me where I can buy local Balinese rice. So very difficult to find in the supermarket, for example. So many rice imported from Java or any other country. So here, Bali is very good production for the rice. So why not we have no rice in the supermarket from local production? So we thought this is many people interested in buy local product rather than from the other exported product. So that's why we also started this product to promote more local product and then also facilitate and activating local economy. Yeah. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Dr. Naori Miyazawa, for your answer. And the next question from Dr. Suara Adnyana goes to Dr. Emma for you. So how to solve the problems of economics or how to create resilience there? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the important question. That's a global question and a local question. That's why I was saying earlier that, we have each and every one of us have created an imbalanced world. And you talked about, comparable topography between Indonesia and Philippines, and also the shocks and the economies. I think Indonesia is much better. You have bigger land, while we have 7,160 islands scattered in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Although both of us are in the ring of fire. I was looking at Indonesia has 142 volcanoes. And Indonesia actually has the largest number of people, 8.5 million, exposed to earthquake risk. So, you know, the economy is central to anything. Like Dr. Sidana, Rector Sidana was saying about, you know, it starts with the local. And it starts literally with, I think, our practices, like what Dr. Naomi was talking about, that I really believe that we have looked at the economy as if it's above us, when actually it's in us. Economy is in the environment, but we have not taken care well of the environment. So I'd say, you know, I don't have answers to your questions, but I would say that, you know, like what Dr. Naomi and everybody is doing, it's really interconnectedness at the micro level, at the macro, and at the meso level. I always tell my students, I know, like me, I think I'm only good in reading, writing, and teaching, and also, but if there's anything, I always tell my students, be the best that you can be. Try to become a better human being every day. Because if each one of us try to become a better human being every day, then these problems, you know, that we are creating, for example, you know, we talk about all these problems of global warming, you know, but I always tell them, what is your carbon footprint? What is your water footprint? So so that's the first exercise I give in my class, so that you will see how much emissions are you creating with your lifestyle, with your food systems. Also, I tell them that food waste is one of the largest creator of methane. And you have to think that if, you know, if each one will not have any food waste, but food waste accounts for a very big thing. Like my students, you know, I think Rector Sedana knows, and Suaryo know, that Ateneo de Manila is an elite university. You know, we educate the leaders of our country, and especially the business leaders. But as I always tell, we have failed. Because if we have not failed, then our leaders would not have failed. So I would say, going back to, you know, how do we, you know, make the economy, how do we make society? I think it goes back to what Sidana is saying. The local leads to the meso and the macro. I think if you'll see my resilience toolkit, you will see that resilience work, like in the Philippines, they always say, oh, after every typhoon, you just get up and smile. Or for example, like Mount Pinatubo erupted. And one of my Malaysian friends said, oh, Emma, why are they smiling? The volcano's erupting. I said, they're smiling for the camera. So, you know, talking about, you know, about our life and how we connect to the problems. That's why I created the program, Master of Disaster Risk and Resilience. Because resilience is very much connected to the risks that we are creating and the sustainable and resilient ways we have crafted to respond, to proactively respond. But I'm very sorry to say that we had two great laws, the Climate Change Act of 2009 and the National Disaster Risk Reduction Act. I feel that by bureaucratizing response to hazards like flooding, typhoon, I think it has made the people dependent, also very reactive. So I mean, I will not speak too much, I'll get in trouble, but I think I always invey that Indonesia, I think, has a better, you know, in terms of bureaucratic ascendancy. I think the Indonesian government, and of course you have bigger land, you have bigger resources. And actually, I envied when Jokowi went and led the security guard, led the Coast Guard. in letting China know about the problems and claims. So I don't have any answers, Swar. I think we have been interrogating these problems of development, but I really believe that never in any part of history of the world that we must collaborate. We must own what is our accountability, what is our contribution to the problem, then we can be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emma Porio. So the next agenda, we will continue our panel sessions to invite our invited speaker. The next invited speaker is Dr. Kanchanegi, who will present the material virtually. Do we connect? Dr. Kanchanegi?
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? I can't hear you. Hello. Actually, I don't know whether you people are able to hear me because I cannot hear. Hello.
Probably due to your devices, which are quite close.
Just a moment, just a moment.
Can you reach us?
Can I reach you? Oh, atau bisa dia it's me, the moderator. So, can you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice through Zoom? Okay, so I probably can direct you. Do you use more than one devices from there?
Di mana ini ya? Kan lu.
Okay.
Kok nggak bisa
How
di
about
sana?
now?
Itu udah ada share
Can
screen,
you
Pak.
hear my voice?
Udah share screen ya.
Nah, maksudnya di mana tempat gini? Di mana tempat apa? Messengernya, chat. Ya aja nih.
I only can hear from this one. How about now? You can hear me? Dr. Kancanegi?
Termasuk surat Kancanegi. Coba ke interajen. Coba. Ke interajen. Coba.
Berarti pindah aja ya ke
suaranya dia di sana berbeda. Karena yang si
Kalau Beko jadi acara itu interactif. Langsung aja dia bilang interactif. Kan dia buka duit. Jadi tadi ada kita karena kita iya ya.
Dr. Kanchanegi, can you hear my voice? Or yeah, I can hear your voice. And finally.
Cek. Suara saya masuk.
So, sorry to make you waiting, Dr. Kanchanegi, but I fix the problems on the connection to you. Before that, I would like to invite Dr. Indrajit Paul to present his materials. Dr. Indrajit. Could you listen to my voice?
Yes. Thank you so much.
It's very clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
let me share my screen.
Okay. Before that, I would like to read some of the brief CV of you. Dr. Indrajit Paul is presently working as assistant professor and the chair of disaster preparedness, mitigation, and management at Asia Institute of Technology, Thailand. So, without any further ado, Dr. Indrajit, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. This is really great. Thank you so much, Director Gede Sadana, for inviting me and to join this interesting international conference. I do agree, like multidisciplinary approach is one of the necessary part of the process for the sustainability. We also do practice in AIT about multidisciplinary activities. These are the few book publications from my side, which is actually focused on the resilience and also multidisciplinary approach as well in the field of disaster management and resilience building. There are a couple of projects, research projects also across this region going on with multiple universities and countries. So I belongs to one of the program that is interdisciplinary program located in AIT, Thailand. The program is disaster preparedness, mitigation, and management. That interdisciplinary program actually also practiced a variety of subject area, that is engineering solutions and also social solutions as well. So this is one of the unique program designed way back in 2008 after Indonesia 2004 tsunami. We all aware about, and that time it was felt like in the region we need some topic or subject area which will cater to the disaster management professional, developing the disaster management professional in this different country in this side of the world.
So that was the initial, starting point for AIT to start these activities. And these are the few program highlights, like climate change, early warning system. These are the few areas we are right now working on and doing on the research and student activities as well. So as I mentioned, like we are practicing multidisciplinary and multi-country approach. So this is our student footprints or educational footprint across 23 countries for disaster management professionals we have trained in terms of degree program, in terms of training program in these countries, about 23. And so before going to a little bit of more detail, my today's discussion, I will focus primarily on how we are incorporating or developing some of the tools and techniques for Greater Mekong region. So it's the Delta area and also river basin area as well. So that is actually catering to two geophysical, geographic area and geomorphologic area, especially for the estuarine system and delta system. So while talking about this climate and weather related hazards and climate and weather related disasters per se, also having a great role in putting pressure on the food system, social system, and also most importantly, economic system. So from the climate perspective, rainfall is changing and also increasing. Extreme precipitation is also very much visible. So we have, we can see here like the climate and weather related disasters are gradually increasing over time, like from 1960s to 2019. So we can see that this is up. There is an upward trend on the climate scenario for many globally. I mean, so if the climate scenario is changing, so there is a flood situation which is also increasing with the time. So this is also similar representation for the flood and storms and the landslide. So primarily, if we see the hydrological or hydrometeorological hazards leading to the disasters, so we can see is that there is a large number of disasters happen in terms of flood globally. So as per the World Meteorological Organization, if we check about the climate change impact to the society, so there are various areas actually we can see like climate extreme threaten to the reverse food security grains, and also drought and floods and storms also lead to the disaster induced displacement. So there are a variety of impact starting from the food security to the human displacement to the extreme events and also different type of ecological impacts. So based on the location of the country, based on the gap areas, maybe the country will be affected, not for all the 7 components here. Say for example, like if we consider Indonesia is a very diverse and well spread countries across many islands and very small islands to very big islands, right? So in that case, like we have a lot of ecosystem services, which is also starting from the ocean coral bleaching, loss of oxygen, and also about the blue carbon. This part also having a great impact in case of Indonesia as well. So this is one of the major contexts where IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, also discussed in terms of the resilience building. So before going to the resilience building, we also need to understand the risk component of it and what are the solutions for that. So if you see this picture, this is very well known diagram proposed by IPCC AR5 group, AR5 report a couple of years back. Now AR6 is also on board, like a couple of months ago, it was published. So in this context, like there are 3 major components: vulnerability, hazards, and exposure. And each of the components, there are a few actions to reduce that are also mentioned. So maybe we can have a very quick overview on that. Like if we need to reduce the vulnerability for a particular location, social protection, livelihood diversification, insurance solution for the economic stability, and hazard proofing, housing and infrastructure is also can be. These are a few examples which can actually lead to reduction of the vulnerability. Similarly, we can also reduce the exposure as well. we all know like there are three global agenda which has started long back, like 2015, and the agenda was by 2030 we'll achieve 17 goals, which was coined in the UN Assembly as called as popularly known as SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and all the UN signatory countries are also agreed to achieve that particular 17 goals by 2030. And it started in 2015. Similarly, there are two more agreement and two more priority also started in 2015, and until 2030 was the time period to be achieved. One is disaster risk reduction priority decided in Sendai framework for DRR. In short, it's called SFDRR, and also Paris Agreement for the climate change and its impact. So these three actually boils down to resilience development of the community. So quickly, I can discuss this part, like while talking about the resilience and sustainable society. So this is business as usual model. Like in a normal time, before the disaster, our normal activities are going like this, straight line. And if there are some disasters or shocks, that normal activities are going down. Like we have seen during COVID also, it was not like natural hazards like this, but it was also health hazard, and it was impacted a lot. Almost every country was impacted by some level. So during the disaster, that business as usual curve will go down, and based on the capacity of the country, the curve will go up. The angle and the time will depend on how much we are prepared. So if we are prepared more or our capacity is high, then the recovery time will be faster. So you can go to the business as usual line much faster. So this curve is actually decided by the capacity and our preparedness and how we are trying to mitigate the whole process. This is a cycle, maybe a few key actions, what can go for the improved resilience model. So if we start from here, the hazard can be explored, like the hazard assessment. Then it can go for the vulnerability and risk assessment. And then we can investigate, get the options, like how actually we can reduce that particular risk in terms of mitigational measures. Then we can also improve or modify our plan as well. Like that is called or also prioritize, like which plan to follow first and second, like this, and then take action on that for the implementation. So these are the few key points of action to how we can improve or increase the resilience for the society. In the global perspective of the Delta landscape, like I'll focus primarily the resilience context in the Delta countries. So if we see the major deltas in Southeast Asian region, in the Asian mega deltas, like we have Indus Delta in Pakistan, we have Ganga Brahmaputra Delta in India and Bangladesh, we have Irrawaddy Delta in Myanmar, and Chao Phraya Delta in Thailand, and also Mekong River Delta in 6 countries actually. But the Delta part is primarily confined to Vietnam and Cambodia. Then Pearl River in China. So out of that, right now there are a couple of research activity myself and our team is doing in Indus River, Ganga Brahmaputra Meghna Delta, and some part in Irrawaddy Delta, and Chao Phraya and Mekong Delta. So this 5 delta right now, myself and our team is working on. So what we have explored overall, I'll explain a specific delta case, but before that, I'd like to also explain some potential stressor of what delta communities are facing. I think the scenario is not different in Indonesia and even in Malaysia. So we have sea level rise as one of the threat. Climate change is another threat. Increasing frequency and intensity of different type of hazards, whatever hazards are prevalent in that particular areas. All these hazards primarily we are targeting or talking about right now in the climate context is climate related hazards, not geophysical hazards like volcanic eruption and earthquake and earthquake-induced tsunami. So this is not part of the discussion right now because this is not proved like anything happened. I mean, any changes or anything influenced this type of hazards are influenced by the climate change so far. That there is no scientific evidence so far. So that's why primarily we are considering this. Change in the land use and land cover is also another threat. Intensification of agriculture and aqua cultivation. This is actually putting pressure on the ecosystem. Yesterday, just I came back from Cambodia. So what I was discussing with the community there, we had visited, and we are discussing like about the floodplains, and the community is facing frequent flood before 2015. But for last couple of 7 years, there was no big flood that communities has faced. So we asked like whether the flood was good or bad for them. So for the smaller scale flood, they don't bother actually. That is, they need that type of flood because of flood is rejuvenating the soil and increase the fertility as well, and also drain out all the toxic materials, which is also we are putting through the pesticides and different type of organic, inorganic chemical fertilizer. So these are the few areas maybe we need to really think, and that is actually this point is initially it looks very interesting, like increased yield, high level of production, high level of income, but in long term, that if you go with the sustainability context, that there are issues actually in reality. Rapid population growth actually pressing us to do many things which is not sustainable. Development of the industrialized world also having another issues. So all these things putting together, maybe what you can see like these are called delta stressor. So right now, just quickly, I'll browse through a few key points, what we have observed in Mekong Delta region. Mekong Delta is one of the largest delta in the world, like run through 4,350 kilometers, starting from Tibetan Plateau. It's a 11th longest river globally, we can see. It's also play a vital role for these 5-6 countries in terms of economy, in terms of agriculture, and also social development as well. So we can see like about 80% of the people living in this lower Mekong basin are rely directly on the river for their food and livelihoods. So this is a very quick snapshot for the river, how much percentage of the river, like on the left bank and right bank of the river, country-wise. So proportional contribution to the total river Mekong Basin annual flow. So we have studied the annual precipitation from the global precipitation data. Just going ahead. Okay. So if you see the potential impact to the food security system, so agricultural yield also we have calculated, like the most significant impacts on the rice yield are projected to be in Thailand, and most significant impact also in Lao PDR. That is also both the countries are also falls under lower Mekong Basin as well. Similarly, also we have seen about the potential impact of the hydropower. Because this for the longer river, like we have seen, if we are constructing the dams and some of the water retaining structure on the upper stream, the lower stream or downstream part is really impacted. Some cases positively, some cases negatively. Positively in the sense like there are less number of floods or controlled flood, which is also not impacting the infrastructure damage too much. But at the same time, we have seen a lot of ecosystem damages and sedimentation problems and other things as well. So there are pros and cons for every development. So this is there are two models we can see here. Like one is flood inundation area in RCP 4.5 scenario. There is a little bit of moderate scenario for the climate change, and 8.5 RCP 8.5 is a extreme case scenario of the precipitation. So in both the cases, like if we go with the flood inundation for the country wise, so you can see like the Vietnam is the worst affected country, which will be inundated in this situation, followed by other countries in this region. Just quickly, few highlights like what type of research is going on the Mekong River Basin, because I believe like we all are from various universities and academic institutions. So maybe it's also a platform to connect and reconnect for the research, like to fulfill the gaps and also try to understand from each other. So we are doing the capacity building for measuring multi-hazard livelihood security and resilience in the lower Mekong Basin for 3 countries, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And there's also some large-scale project from Global Challenge Fund with Newcastle University, UK, that is also located in 3 delta in this region, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and India. So there actually we try to understand the complex development challenges and how to avoid the collapse of the South and Southeast Asian deltas as functioning, and which is highly productive socio-ecological system in face of the human development. So these are a few things actually we are trying to do. There's a large group working on this, about 135 researchers with about 28 universities in this consortium. So we can see the area of research here. Like one part is the boundary actually defines the delta boundaries for three locations. Okay, yeah, this is another project also for the Asia Pacific Network for Global Challenge Research, supported by the government of Japan. This is expanded in 3 areas. We are trying to develop one index-based tool which will assess the livelihood security for the delta countries. So this right now we're testing it for lower Mekong Basin 3 countries. And once this is done, maybe it will be online and freely available by next year. Okay, so there are 2 quick points as a last part of my discussion, like while talking about the transformative changes, like there are impact on the food system and food and flood and livelihood, like how flood is actually impacting the livelihood, that is impacting the food security as well. So there are 2 ways that you can see, like one is a transformative change, another is the impact change, like slow changes or cascading impact. So in the transformative changes, like there are few research also we are trying to recognize, like from other researchers, and trying to fulfill the gap, like whatever is not researched yet. So there we have checked, like discovered evidences of an increasing migration trend in the rural areas of Cambodia over time, like that transformative change also having a lot of impact for long term. Impact chain in the livelihood is also another area, like as I mentioned, like upstream, if there are some hydropower, that also impacting the lower catchment areas in terms of the in terms of the livelihood impacts. Okay, there are a few publications which is supporting our research right now. Assessment of flood adaptive capacity of urban areas in Thailand. This is also another like systems approach, how as a system we can think and try to understand about the flood vulnerability in northeastern part of Thailand. That is also part of Lower Mekong Basin. Another research on the mainstreaming flood risk. So these are the few areas actually what right now we are working on. Before I end, I'd also like to invite all of you to join us submitting abstract in this call. Like there is a conference next year in Vienna. We are organizing 2 sessions in European Geophysical Union General Assembly in 2023. So that is also very interesting one, I believe. Like one is delta and estuarine risk and resilience in changing climate, and second session is this coastal ecosystem services and people navigating the trade-offs. So these 2 sessions will be hosted online and offline both. So those who will be able to travel to Vienna, they can join there. So before that, the deadline for submission of the abstract is 10 January. I'll share the link to Professor Gede Sadana for circulation. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Indrajit Paul, for the wonderful presentation. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Kanchanegi. Dr. Kanchanegi. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your voice. Is there any, do you use any headphone or headset, hands-free? No? Okay.
Hello.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, I can hear your voice clearly.
All right, now finally, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Uh,
God.
Okay. So, yeah, terima kasih and a very warm good morning to each and everyone present there. And thanks for giving me this opportunity for presenting. And I'm so sorry, since morning I've been really striving hard actually to, now I think now I can see. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, to begin with, seriously, I was so hopeless since morning because there was some issue in the internet, and I've been really struggling hard to resolve the issue. So now, finally, I just want to say that first, at the onset, that Vijayendra University is really doing well by conducting such kind of seminars and conferences as an international platform, and giving an opportunity to the people from various walks of life to present their views, and it's the best platform where actually we all can gain a lot of experience from each other and come up with experience sharing conference, and probably this is one of them. So thank you, the rector and Uni and you and the entire team of the Vijayendra University. So probably my topic is the multidisciplines approach for sustainable development and the importance of the intercultural communication in accomplishing SDGs. The thing is that since morning, we have been listening to the various experts about the sustainable development goals, but I guess the cultural, the culture togetherness, the amalgamation of all the cultures is also really essential when we talk about the accomplishing of the sustainable development goals, the agenda which was actually levied by the United Nations. So now the intercultural dialogue entails the sharing of ideas and differences with the intent of developing a deeper understanding of different perspectives. For example, you at Vijayendra University have conducted this this conference, and I'm sure there are people from Japan, there are the experts from Thailand, the professor to whom we were just listening to, and of course I guess we all come up with this intensity where we can present our culture, we can present our knowledge, and also reflect the cultural essence. Yeah. So having said that, now the one thing I would like to say that cultural differences should not separate us from each other. You know, people are actually working in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the all 17 of them. But the main thing which I personally feel is that the lady was saying, and I was really impressed that the way she said that humanity, one has to be a good human being. And I guess this will only happen when all of us will actually try to understand the behavioral aspects as well. We'll understand the demand of the cultural essence, right? So this was really beautiful quote by Robert Allen Arthur that intercultural dialogue is the best guarantee for more peaceful, just and a sustainable world. And culture is also an essential component of human development. I must say that culture is indeed, as you can see in the PPT here, that you know, it represents a source of identity, innovation, and creativity for all, and it provides the sustainable solutions to the local global challenges as well. We all know about the sustainable development goals that, yes, the first is no poverty, no hunger, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, right, affordable clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, infrastructure, reducing inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, and responsible consumption, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So now here, when we talk about the peace, justice, and strong institutions, I really want to, attract everybody's attention that yes, we people need to really understand each other's culture at the onset to go ahead with the different plans and the patterns. Now here, this slide actually shows that what in our country, what the Panchayati Raj institution, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, actually since the independence, we people have come up with this this system where it's kind of a local government, right? There are local elected representatives, and now the ministry has given the 9 themes. Actually, we talk about the 17 SDGs. Now these are the 9 themes which have to be accomplished by the lowest I must say the lowest level of the Panchayati Raj institution. As we can see this in the slide, and on the right-hand side are the SDGs covered. Now the 9 themes given by the ministry to be covered at the village level actually. So poverty-free and enhanced livelihood village. Now they've categorized the villages into the healthy village, child-friendly village, water-sufficient village, clean and green village, villages with self-sufficient infrastructure, socially secured village, and village with good governance and women-friendly village. So I want to say is that the ministry, the government is focusing on achieving the sustainable development goals by approaching the ones at the village level, at the ground level, by ensuring that they actually achieve these 9 themes at their respective level. Now the question might come up, like how does culture relate to the sustainable development? So as we can see that despite humans originating from a common ancestor, there are many differences between individuals or social groups. You know, the way you greet, the way you understand a particular thing, your gestural communication, and everything is different, you know. And I can say that emotions, of course, we all share the similar emotions, but then again, when we talk about the intake of the or the rhetorical sensitivity, that actually makes it different from one person to another person. Now, culture is defined as the customary belief, social norms, and material traits of a racial, religious, or social group. The world is full of like mosaic of cultures, and globalization has made it more possible than ever to live in a multicultural setting, you know, rich in intercultural experiences. I was really, really honored when I got a chance to visit Indonesia a few months back. And I was overwhelmed by the hospitality which the Indonesians actually, they came up with. And I think especially the Asian countries have something in their blood in common, that they are the ones who reflect in a very grounded way. And I guess if we all kind of come up together, we're really going to achieve the SDGs. Now, because I know the time is short and I've already taken a lot of time by connecting, I understand that I really need to rush. I just want to focus on sustainable development occurs in the cultural context. And it's really, really vital. Therefore, culture must be integrated into sustainable development strategies. So this is something which I want to tell others or advise others or kind of suggest, it's my submission, that people start, incorporating the cultural context while planning or any activities related to the SDGs, to accomplish SDGs. And the interlinkage between culture and natural heritage is a foundation for environmental sustainability, which we all need to understand. The four dimensions of SDGs, if you talk about, it's like society, environment, culture, and economy, where all of us really have a vital role to play. And culture as both an enabler and driver of sustainable development. Let's talk about the Pacific Regional Cultural Strategy, which actually this highlights the economic opportunities of cultural industries in the Pacific, including in the subsectors of fashion, maybe visual arts, maybe meetings, incentives, conventions, and events. So this was the main focus: how to maybe how to achieve the SDGs by following the incentives, conventions, and events. Now, role of G20. At the onset, I really want to congratulate Indonesia for hosting the G20 thing so well. And I'm so honored that in the year 2023, it will be India hosting the G20 summit. And I think that this is if we just closely observe this thing, I just want to say that G20 summit again is one of the vital platform which has actually integrated culture, the integration of the culture diversity, the rhetorical sensitivity, in order to achieve the SDGs, and that is the main niche of the entire thing. Now, we all know that G20, it comprises of various countries: Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Republic of Korea, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, Turkey, UK, US, and the European Union. And each year, as I said, that in G20, Indonesia just held this, and then next year it will be our turn, and then it will be Brazil, and then South Africa. The G20, now this is a photograph which was really, which went viral, and this is the Indonesia holding the G20 summit. And I just want to say that G20 has broadened its agenda to encompass social and environmental challenges with sustainable economic dimensions, from preventing the spread of pandemics to reducing the inequalities. And this is something which we really all of us need to pay focus to, that we all need to really, overcome the inequalities which actually somewhere at our home, at our nearby places, at our official organization, somewhere or the other, we actually kind of are more into making our own groups and kind of, discriminating some way or the other, especially in the place we talk about UK. Still, there is a lot of discrimination going on. You talk about the countries like Australia, talk about the countries like New Zealand. Still, even if I really have come across such cases where the Indians go and they say that, no, you're an Indian, so you'll be thrown out of the job. And such situations have arisen. So I guess when we all educated people will come together as a team, we can certainly overcome the SDGs in much before the given point of time. And the conclusion says that the cultural sustainability, described as the ability to retain or improve values and attitudes in the face of external forces, specifically is a facilitator and a driver of the SDG, which we all need to get into our minds and ahead. I think the last slide says that together everyone achieves more. That is, we all need to come together as a team. And the main aspects which we all need to follow is like the need assessment, the participation of the frontline workers community, the awareness campaigns, and of course, the intercultural communication, the strengthening of the committees, the planning and implementation, and the monitoring. I guess if we all come across, if we all really focus on these particular points, I guess we all as a team can achieve to achieve the SDGs target. So this was a short slide of mine where I'll just recap, where I actually talked about the importance of culture in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And so over to the University of Dwijendra. And once again, I just want to continue. Ocean is so deep and the sky is so high, and yet we have to reach the depths to touch the heights of the sky. We all we all belong to different cultural background, different countries, different nations, but when we all have one thing in common, that we are civilized and we are good human beings, and I guess we need to spread this message to everybody in the world, that just do not discriminate, be united. It's just not on for the heck of, writing a paper or presenting in such kind of conferences that one has to be good in front of everybody else. I think we really need to incorporate and inculcate such kind of values within us, and spread this amongst the youth also. The youth of today is really passionate. The youth of today just want to make money in a very short duration of time. They just want to go for the shortcuts. So we just need to tell them and train them to be a good human being, to inculcate good values. And these goals are so sensitive, actually. We all need to get sensitized in order to achieve them. So thank you, Rector of the University. Thanks a lot to the entire team once again. And of course, I really want to take an opportunity to thank the ones behind the scenes, maybe Uni Madam, maybe the other teachers, professors, and the person who actually has the tedious job of, managing the sound, and the PPT and the backend people. Those are the unsung heroes of such online meetings. So especially a hearty thank you to all of you for listening to me. Yes, thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih, Dr. Kancanigi, the greatest swarm from Bali. Finally, it's after a great effort, we can reach and we can connect, we can having a great message from you there. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, that's all for all invited speakers to present their material. So it do understood that you all have a lot of questions to be discussed, but unfortunately we have come to the end of this session. Thank you for all participations, and after this session I will bring back to MC, but before doing that I will close the session. Just allow me to take a note, the quote from Paul McCartney. There must be a better way to make the things we want, a way that doesn't spoil the sky or the rain or even the land. Thank you very much. Master of Ceremony, please.
Isa Mapruhah, Kade Adiatna Wedananta, Niluh Gede Ari Natalia Yuda, Adi Wirawan, Doli Priyatna, Budi Saputro, Rosadi Isman Kandar, Rizda Amini, Desiandri Yeni Erita, Maisri Lena, Atika Ulia Akmal, Mas Subagio Eko Prasetyo, Siti Mastoah, Atika Ulia Akmal, Ari Kennedy, Yeni Erita, Ninengah Putri Adnyani, Inengah Surata Adnyana, Putu Fajar Kartika Lestari, Amalia Ferhat, Wahdi Jono, Niputu Mahalina, Samuel Ferry Purba, Nimade Yuni Wiratni, Rodney Westerlaken, Ayu Putu Utari Partami Lestari, Pana Pramulia, Dedi Wahyudin Purba, Idewa Ayu Devi Maharani Santika, Syahranudin, Reshi Agani, Ketut Mayuni, Ide Bagus Made Wisnu Parta, Imade Wahyu Chandra Satriana, Niwayan Parwati Asih, Hasbi Gede Irwandika, Andi Ikra Samsul Bahri, Siti Hidayah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, For the participant and presenters that belongs to room 1 and room 2 will join together in this room. Room 1 and room 2 will join together in this room and will be led by the moderator, Miss Yuniari. And I will read for the room 3 and room 4 will be in one room in ruang rapat rektorat and will be led by moderator Mr. Dena. I will read the order that belongs to room 3 and room 4 in one room, I mean. The first, Anak Agung Gede Putra Semadi, Iketut Adi Mastre, Imade Purana, Igede Sujana, Iwayan Arke, Mademika Mega Astuti, Ide Bagus Rai, Iwayan Gede Wiriyanata, Nimade Swarningsih, Nimade Adi Novayanti, LD Bianca Primadi, Yeni Iskandar, Adi Rian Pangestu, Vivi Oktaviani Wulandari, Anak Agung Ngurah Anom Kumbara, Anak Agung Gede Bagus, Ninengah Yastini, Niputu Yunika Sulistiawati, Putu Roni Angga Mahendra, Imade Stike, Iwayan Sandike, Ayu Putu Istri Arya Suari, Anak Agung Mas Trinaya, Ulmi Sri Mutia, Sri Rahayu, Weli Wirman, Putri Anggreni, Nimade Trisna Dewi, and Iputu Edi Purnawijaya. Those participants will be joined in ruang rapat rektorat. For the moderator, please accompany and direct the presenter to the room. Thank you.
Okay, for the presenter in room 3 and 4, you can follow Mr. Dwiki, ya. Bagi yang mendapatkan ruang 3 dan 4, silahkan mengikuti Bapak Dwiki di depan. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nimade Yuniari. I'm the moderator of this session. Before starting this session, I would like to inform you about Conference Code of Conduct. The first one, this session will be done hybrid. The presenter will be given 15 minutes for presentation and discussion session. Moderator will be the timekeeper. Yeah, for the discussion session will be led by the presenter. Okay, without further ado, let's start.
Ada yang presentasi room 1, room 2 bisa ngambil tempat agak ke depan gitu.
Okay, ya, bagi presenter pada ruangan 1, room 1 dan room 2, silakan maju ke depan. Di sebelah sini duduknya, ya. Oke. Mungkin lebih maju sedikit, agak di depan. Ya. Di sebelah sini ya, di sebelah sini. Karena masih ada akses ini. Mungkin bisa bantu dirapikan ya, dirapikan ini. Izin bertanya, apakah Bapak dan Ibu sudah mengumpulkan slide-nya atau PowerPoint-nya? Baik, saya akan mulai saja. Untuk yang room 1, yang pertama ada Atika Ulia Akmal, bisa langsung memulai. Untuk PPT-nya sudah dikumpulkan. Baik, kali ini kita akan selang-seling offline dulu, kemudian online. Kita mulai dengan Ibu Atika Ulia Akmal beserta Ari Kennedy dan Yeni Erita. Time is yours. The balloon is fortune. Sayang sedikit.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm the participant from the room 1. So that is the title of my presentation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Atika Ulia Akmal, and my friends Ari Kiswanto Kennedy. He is a lecturer in Aceh, and also Ibu Yeni Erita. Here you are, Bu Yeni Erita. So the title of my presentation is the stage analysis of STEM CP based digital module development and flipped learning to improve the independent learning of PGSD. PGSD is where I work, elementary school teacher education at Padang State University, means State Universitas Negeri Padang. Okay, next. So this is the abstract. So this research is the development of STEM-based digital modules. So I make a module based on STEM for elementary school teacher education that for my students that are suitable, they use the increasing of learning independence. So how my students create an independence in learning. And also the purpose of the study is determine the effect of the STEM-based digital modules on the learning. And also the experience is about the experimental research that consists of 60 people or 60 students. So the sample they use in it is to analyze calculating the normality, homogeneity test, t-test, influence test between variables is 4.18. It means that it's bigger than 1.69. So that it stated that the use of STEM-based digital modules has an effect increasing student learning experience and the student learning independence. So next slide. So that is the preliminary during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the institution versus my institution is elementary school teacher education. The aims of the reduce spread of coronavirus. So the implementation of online learning is increasing. So elementary school teacher education, the students are prepared to become the candidates if the learning objective that have
Logic number 4. So
seminar or the idea that is conveyed in the international seminar will contribute to the government of Indonesia. I hope also this seminar will be held in 2020, and I hope all participants here to participate in the international seminar. And I apologize if there are mistakes that we made during the seminar, and I would like to thank you for your participation, and I close this international conference officially.
Well, thank you for Dr. Ketut Suaratjana M. Hum. You may back to your seat. Well, the honorable ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank for attending the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for the Sustainable Development at Wijendra University 2022. On behalf of the committee, we would like to say our deepest appreciation to you all for your support and participation. I will close the event today with the Balinese farewell. Om Santi 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 Om. Thank you.
Sudah foto lagi. Sudah, foto sudah. Ada foto lagi.
For the honorable ladies and gentlemen, we have a photo session. Please come to the seat, please.
Ya, mau matret tadi.
Pak Doli, nanti saya share aja.
Cek.
Lipka.